What's going on, Rebecca? I'm back. I had to fix fucking stupid. There's always. I know. I thought I knew a lot about technology, but I always am amazed that the littlest of settings or some issue can mess it up. I gotta, yeah. So we're gonna be doing law and crime, different stuff, miscellaneous. Anybody comes in there, down there, they do anything, they say something, screenshot it, block them. That's what usually I try to do. Oh, and just to go over real quick, I don't know what his deal is. He's gonna eat this up probably because he's probably the first one up in here. And like MC, you obviously still got an obsession with me. You need to go away. If you don't want to go away, well, it just speaks of you. I'm not speaking on you or nothing like that. I don't care to. I'm not gonna call my phone fucking early in the morning. He called as soon as I come into books and he calls. But enough of that. Moving on. I guess I don't know, fucking tired of it. Tired. People think because I express that certain things that means, oh, you did, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. It's whatever. Holy shit. All right. Well, this is the first one. It's 12 hours ago. We're going to go start here. Viewer discretion is advised. Um, this is like number 4 I've seen here recently. I mean, and some people say it's always been like this, but well, and that it's just now getting more eyes on it. That may be true. Are you fucking kidding me? However many people I got that are friends in here, I know it's probably not that many, but a few of you, take a listen to this so you can. Shit, 15 fucking phone calls. 15 fucking phone calls. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All 25 phone calls. Uh, 25 fucking phone calls. They're all Yes, he put sorry, I'm gonna have to call wait an hour, another hour or so. I can call 18 week. Sure is. At least over here, we don't have to make entertainment of it looking for terrorists, man. Lay down, Brandon. All right, let's get back to this.
The disturbing trend of illicit student-teacher relationships continues as a Mississippi teacher is charged with sending explicit photos to a student.
I think some people are getting into the job to be predators.
This is 27-year-old Emily Swinkowski, a one-time art teacher at Water Valley High School, about 2 hours north of Jackson. Swinkowski resigned from her position as
Me seeing this trend, you just heard low and crown straight up acknowledge it. I mean, it's fucking this crazy shit. It's got to go. I don't know. I don't know what they can do. I have no idea. All I know they can do is, I guess, all you can do is lock them up. I don't know what else to do.
and turned herself over to police on Monday after a weeks long investigation into her alleged relationship with a student. Swinkowski is now accused
Picture with him? Are you kidding me?
on Monday after a weeks long investigation into her alleged relationship with a student. Swinkowski is now accused of sending explicit photos to a 16-year-old student. To make sense of the case, we sat down with former CIA officer and FBI agent Tracy Walder.
I do wonder if part of it to them is this excitement of having that kind of power over an individual, which is pretty gross. But obviously, I've never been in tune with their brains.
On top of her credentials with both the CIA and FBI, Walder also added the role of teacher to her resume. She says some predators may specifically choose a teaching profession to target young and defenseless children.
I mean, as a teacher, I've taught single sex all girls, but then I've also taught mixed gender. I even teach college, and it has never occurred to me to do something like that, literally ever. I think that it's, I have to think that, in the case of my daughter's teacher, obviously he's never said this, so it's just my hypothesis that he became a teacher to fulfill whatever weird obsessions that he had with little kids. I mean, truly, I think some people are getting into the job to be predators. It's frustrating. I don't think everyone is because I'm a teacher myself and I don't want teachers to be attacked because they're not all bad.
Walter says there are ways for parents to keep up with suspicious activity.
I think the first thing is, when I was reading about this teacher, I'd want to know when she sent those pictures. If she sent them while she was at the school, my guess is she was connected to the school's server. At least I'm a former teacher, and when I was using, my phone on campus, I was connected to the school's server. Additionally, even with my own daughter, her teacher was receiving and buying child porn while on the school server. That is hugely problematic. So I'd want to know that. How are these school servers being governed? Who's looking over them? Because if she is sending pictures like that or getting onto inappropriate websites, that really should be a flag for the school because you are using your place of employment to do that. And that in and of itself is illegal. I think the other thing too
Jonathan McCraney, why are you calling me? You don't call me. Do you understand? And you don't know my schedule. I was gone all afternoon. So do not be calling me. Do not no habla inglés, go suck a dick. Yeah, he just said someone got shit on that grave, yeah. You know what? If you want to go fertilize or whatever, fine. I don't care. But you ain't gonna be fertilizing down here, I promise you. I've already called the caretaker. I didn't have to handle that. My granddad did.
Is when we look, as you mentioned, at background.
You know, he wanted. You know, he couldn't. He couldn't imagine that. You know, and I've seen that Andrea was that. Like Andrea, you gonna come all the way. See what I'm. And then I fucking get up here. Miss Cassie, you go. You gone. You gone. You gone. No, ignore. Stop fucking trying to call me. That's what I'm saying. But yet they say I can't ignore stuff. It's a prime example right here. They can't.
Before we got rudely interrupted. Back to it.
Checks. Of course, felonies are going to be on their records, and all of that will come up, and that's going to preclude someone from being hired. At least I would hope. The problem is with background checks, is they're for the most part for teaching done at that surface level, right? It's a fingerprint, so they're checking to see if you have outstanding warrants, if you have felony convictions, those kinds of things. They are not necessarily looking through someone's social media or social background.
Walter believes a teacher's social media presence is key in learning more about their personal life and whether they
And see, here's the problem with that though. For the teachers involved in this and all the other people that work in jobs, they're going to start using that, and then all this crap that's out there, like from quote unquote so-called trolls and shit. Come on, like how do you know if there's multiple profiles of somebody? How do you know which one's the right one? Not everybody gets verified. I guess you can pay for it now though, so maybe I'll do that.
could commit such a crime.
And I actually think that that is probably the more predictive indicator, in my opinion, because a lot of these folks who are being arrested for this teacher included, don't have a past, or, well, may have, but don't have a documented past of engaging in this behavior. And so I think that piece, and I know it's somewhat controversial, but I do think if you are undergoing a background check, you should have to make your social media public for them to look at that. I know I've had background checks where I've had to do that before. It can be,
Yeah, because you work in the CIA and the FBI, it's a little different.
it can be cumbersome. It can take a while, and it can cost more money. But I do think it might help weed out some of this behavior.
Let's say that the district actually does require
Well, I mean, what normal adult? I mean, even if they're a predator, they're not gonna post that stuff on their feed or their wall. I don't get that reasoning.
this to show
Then
your
again, there's probably some out there that would, but you'd think any other people on their friends list or something would see it and raise red flags.
Facebook, Instagram, etc. What sort of things would they be looking for that would make them not want to hire this person?
So it's less of sort of a glaring issue, and in my opinion, more of a judgment issue. What is your judgment about the things that you post? For example, I have not looked at this individual's social media, but with my daughter's teacher, he was constantly posting about how much he hated his job, and I find that to be inappropriate. I don't use my social media as a way to vent any grievances about my job. That's very poor judgment, in my opinion, and is an indicator of kind of how you will be in class. Pictures of him partying, drinking. Teachers are allowed to drink. I mean, I drank when I was a teacher. However, I don't post gratuitous partying pictures on my social media because I know that people might look at that. And that is an exercise in poor judgment, in my opinion, particularly when you're in a position like that. So I think it's little things like that that, in my opinion, are tip offs to poor judgment.
Walter is particularly passionate about cases like these, whether the teachers are accused of sexual or physical abuse. She says it stems from a personal experience involving her daughter.
Her teacher pushed her extremely hard off of a swing, didn't report that incident. When I picked her up, called her a drama queen, she was screaming, and her arm was broken in 3 places. And then he lied about it.
Whoa. Oh, sorry I broke your arm. Your daughter's such a drama queen. Holy shit, I'm surprised this woman had the restraint not to.
To Child Protective Services. And that was my first red flag. Because the thing is, I'm a teacher. Accidents have absolutely happened in my classroom. Kids do break bones. Like, it happens. And I think had he just been honest, this would have maybe not taken on the life that it did. So Child Protective Services was called, turned into a whole big thing. I was told by the school to sort of leave it alone. I was scared of losing my job and her losing her opportunity to go there. There's so many things.
There's an asshole. Hey, good morning, Square. How are you, buddy? Drop the link so I can come up on panel and we can talk. You better hurry and get over to the graveyard. It's happening right now, buddy. You better hurry.
I'm not going to talk to him. My link should be dropped for friends only. If it's not, here, I'll drop it again. Hillbilly, somebody can come up. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. MC called, then JM, now Fusion. It's just too much of a coincidence. But then again, MC could not be with them. And I'm tired of fucking this shit, dude. And they keep, that's all right. Just wait until AT&T opens. My number will be different.
That your brain kind of goes through about that.
Walter stayed on as a teacher at that school for a while, but noted the problematic environment when she reported the issues.
I brought all these issues to the school, asked that this teacher be fired for obvious issues, and they refused to, and basically said that I was, the problem. And I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I can relate, although it's a completely different scenario. I can relate.
Have made such a big deal about it. But I think upon reflecting, a lot of it is the culture of the school. How does the school treat instances like this? And I think they hope that it will just go away because it's a private school, right? They don't want that behavior, I guess. But it really culminated in me leaving.
After Walter resigned, her daughter's former teacher, Jason Baldwin, was arrested for purchasing child pornography while using the school's server.
I think the
Holy shit, dude.
school created a culture in which abuse was accepted and pervasive. And then on August 1st, 2020, I had already left by that point. That teacher was let out in handcuffs for receiving and purchasing child pornography on the school campus. And then he was indicted on.
Good thing criminals that depraved do dumb shit like that to get themselves caught up.
5 counts. Each count brings about a 20-year.
That's about the only good thing comes out of it is that they do something so, it's depraved that you don't want anyone to do it. But hell, At least they done it and they got caught. That's the only thing I can say that be good came out of it.
But he actually pled. He pled guilty to just one, and got 20 years. So he got the full count of one. And he began his sentence about 2 years ago in a federal correction facility here in Dallas. So he's been convicted.
Walter says the culture of the school district is imperative when protecting your children.
I think the first thing, and I've, I guess learned this the hard way, I don't know, but I'm trying to make it into something good, is to know the culture of that school. Ask the school in writing. Everything needs to be in writing, what their procedures are for the reporting of.
Yeah, definitely. They need to have something like that. They need to be able to have people that can submit, complaints, obviously, and not be retaliated in any type of way, of course.
Child abuse at their school. What does the hierarchy look like? What is the expectation of teachers? How is a report handled once it's filed? Ask for all of that, because a lot of schools are not transparent. In my decade of working at that school, we never had one kind of professional development on child abuse. But when I worked in public school, we did. So it was very clear. At that school, it wasn't clear. Maybe it's changed. I don't know. But I do think that we need to have blanket federal policies that also apply to private schools just as much as they apply to public schools.
Yeah, no doubt. I went to a private school. Kids were 10 times worse there than they were in public school.
Because we're still dealing with minors, right? And so there needs to be something across the board. And I think it's really important to get your school's procedures in writing.
Went to a private Christian school. Well, that was an experience.
She also suggests keeping tabs on the adults who interact with your kids.
I Google every
There shouldn't be any interactions except on school campus.
Single person that comes into my child's life. That includes her teachers, that includes her principal, that includes her counselors, that includes her dance and tennis coaches. I don't care. And I don't trust people because of, what's happened to us. If people are offended by that, I'm sorry, but I am going to Google you. I am going to try to friend you on social media because I do want to know everything about you.
And, well.
And so some schools have policies against friending teachers on social media, and that's perfectly fine. But I do think that if they don't, it's something to think about.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that only apply to students? What would it be with parents? I guess they don't want favoritism. I don't know.
His case is just one of many we've covered here at Law and Crime.
Man, I looking at someone like that, I would never in a million fucking years. Never.
Network, where an
Never.
adult in a position of power sexually abuses a child. Just this week, we reported on
Holy
the case
shit, I didn't even see this one.
of Michelle Solis out of California, a married mother of two who's accused of having a sexual
Married mother of two.
relationship with a former student and sending explicit photos to him. There's also the case of Missouri teacher Ricky Lynn Laughlin,
Oh God.
who's charged with attempted rape. Prosecutors say she invited a young student to have sex with her while her husband was out of the house.
Bruh, this is an epidemic.
In Ohio, social worker
I've seen this one.
Peyton Shires is accused of having sex with a 13-year-old boy she was counseling. Investigators eventually found videos.
Another one that you'd never expect. I wouldn't expect any of. Well, the second one, she looked a little. Still though, I wouldn't.
Asshole going. There's an asshole on the other end of the line. Answer it quick. You can go to the... Hey, bud. I seem to have gotten blocked on my other number. What's up? How you doing this morning? Kind of a boring reaction that you're doing right
It's been clearly made that you are to stop contacting me. And now you made more calls yet again. Fucking. Yeah, just wait. Just wait, Ian. It won't be long to get the number changed.
Having sex before she was arrested. There's also the case of Alyssa McCommon.
And as you just heard him, my other number got blocked. So he just went out of his way to create a new number, already had a secondary. I mean, come on. And they talk about, are you up early for work? No, I don't have to go in this early, and it's none of your business.
Teacher who prosecutors say is pregnant with her former student's child. She's accused of raping the boy in her own home.
That's just, yeah, and not only that, then after she got locked up, she got bonded out and then fucking texted contacted him from an alternate number and said, you're going to be sorry about going to the police. Oh, okay, we add witness tampering to the list.
Iowa, one-time teacher Cassidy Krause is accused of having sexual relations.
Another one. Bro, this is like 5 now at this point. 6.
At least 3 students. There's also
What the fuck, man?
the case of Stephanie Niebling, a former University of Arkansas employee who admitted she had sex with a 15-year-old. She said,
Why? Like, good God Almighty!
has been sentenced to 6 years of probation. Why do we keep
Oh, did you catch that there at the end? 6 years of probation. 6 fucking years of probation. I'm sorry. Like, she obviously probably had no record or whatever. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't agree with that at all.
seeing cases like this?
15 fucking years
Her own
old.
home-time teacher
And
Cassidy
look at her.
Krause is relations
I don't
with
even
at
want
least
to say this, but hell, she's not ugly. You know,
a former
probably was
University
married.
of Arkansas employee who admitted she had sex with a 15-year-old. She's since been sentenced to 6 years of probation. Why
6 years of probation. Yeah.
do we keep seeing cases like this?
That'll teach her.
So I think there's a couple different reasons, and it's not just females, right? It's males too. It's also teachers. There's a couple reasons. Well, the first one is the law. It has a really kind of bad name, but it's called taking out the trash, and not a lot of states have it. Only 5 states have it. And basically, what it means is if a teacher is terminated from a school for things of this nature, right? Sending text messages, those kinds of things. That trash information is sometimes not passed on to another school because it's illegal to report that. And that is a huge.
That, I don't know what. Let's Google that. Taking out the trash law. Five states that make it illegal for a school to report teach. What the fuck? What did she call that law again?
The teacher is terminated from a school for things of this nature, right? And so, well, the first one is the law. It has a really kind of bad name, but it's called taking out the trash, and not a lot of states have it. Only 5 states have it. And basically, what it means is if a teacher is terminated from a school for.
If the trash bill is passed, it would mean school districts would have full access to records from a teacher's past employment and would be able to see any history of sexual misconduct. Why would they even be allowed to still apply after something like that? And only 5 states have it. All states would pass the trash law. So you're telling me that they could get fired and because of something to do with a student, but it wouldn't show up on a background report. If it would, then that means they didn't get convicted of nothing. Requires them to conduct criminal background. Only 27 states require to check employment history and disciplinary status. Of those 27, 19 require them to request information on personnel. Only 11 share any history regarding investigations or disciplinary actions related to sexual abuse. That's got to change. Some only prohibit suppression through termination or resignation agreements. So that means in some places, if they resign, they'll keep it hush. That is so fucked up. Policies are meant to put guardrails around aiding and abetting sexual misconduct in schools, or what is commonly referred to as passing the trash. They had a hard time outside their borders. Former New York City school official was arrested on charges of sex abuse in 2019, and a 2020 investigation showed that the former chief of staff for New York City's Department of Education signed a non-disclosure, an NDA, with the previous employer in Wisconsin that would have prevented the city from discovering allegations that led to his forced resignation. So, see, he had done it before. He had done it before, resigned, walked away, and then got caught doing it again.
Things of this nature, right? Sending text messages, those kinds of things. That trash information is sometimes not passed on to another school because it's illegal to report that. And that is a huge problem, in my opinion, because a lot of
Yeah, no
common
shit.
thread among the
Oh my
engaged in that
God.
kind of behavior at schools they worked in the past. And I would imagine a school wouldn't hire them if they knew that. I mean, I'm just assuming. So I think that's sort of problem number one.
Another common thread among the cases we've covered, taking sexually explicit photos or videos. And this is also something I've seen in a lot of the cases that I've covered too. They're leaving evidence here. I mean, they're taking these photos and then sending them out. Is it possible that these people just think they're not going to get caught?
Yes. I think in short, yes. I think that that is the short answer to your question, because I think there's an assumption that if a child has a cell phone, the parents are probably monitoring that cell phone, right? I think in this day and age, we can probably assume that. Maybe not. And maybe she really and truly thought, I think this was a 16-year-old that she was sending them to, that the parents were not monitoring any of that. But the reality is even if the parents weren't, and I don't blame them at all in this case, but even if they weren't, that kid is still probably going to take those explicit photos and send them to other people, and then that's going to get sent to other people, and so I'm not too sure what she thought her end game would be in this situation, but yeah, she was absolutely going to get caught.
Obviously, that's
In the case of Swinkowski, a student found out that she allegedly sent inappropriate photos to another student. They came forward to the principal, and Swinkowski later resigned and turned herself over to police. But Walder says she could have turned herself in before that.
Look, it might help her in terms of being cooperative, right? Maybe she's gonna get a sense of probation or something like that. I don't know, but I think the fact that she's cooperative, it will help in her favor, but not too much in her favor, because the reality is the
now why are they gonna blur his face but then put his Facebook name right up there?
investigation was already going on. It probably would have been more helpful if before the investigation was going on, she said, "Look, I did something really stupid."
Yeah, here, let's hide their husband's identity that probably is wondering what in the hell did he do wrong and blaming himself. But here's his Facebook where we got it from.
I want to turn myself in before you even start an investigation. That would have been more helpful.
Swinkowski now faces charges of enticement of a child and child exploitation.
That's the
She was not
only. That's the only thing. Usually I like this stuff, but that's the only. What'd you say?
Cat got your tongue?
I told you to stop calling me. You just literally
Are
said
you,
that I'm jealous of those teachers. Are you fucking sick?
I said it sounds that way. I didn't say you were.
Oh my God, you just such play with words. Stop calling me, fucking weirdo. Y'all see this shit? You see what the fuck I'm talking about? But I'm the one that won't stop. Fucking unfucking believable. Kool-Aid man, whoever the fuck that is, they came in here and sent a link to the Triple T stream from 11 hours ago. The Death of Mocon fucking album. Bunch of bullshit. Man, you're telling me, Gene. Good morning, dumb genius. Sorry, I didn't see your comment. Good morning, man. Morning, hillbilly. Let me say hi to people. So you're calling Mocon a pedo and child beater. I haven't seen the evidence, and I know you guys want me to play Triple T's bullshit, but it's not going to happen. I said I'm done with this with y'all, but I'll still mention and document your attempts, like those 3 unwanted calls right there from Fusion, plus the fucking here. I'll turn my camera on and fucking show this shit. Fucking tired of this shit. One man can only fucking take so damn much.
Asshole calling. Asshole. Hello.
Stop calling this number. Block. Now people may see why I didn't want to, because fucking it's just on and on and on. If I ignore it and try to do my own thing, they go out, don't let no one up, stuff like that. Close the link up, or they, got to try to get around it. The fuck is going on with my camera?
Asshole calling. Ass.
Yeah, keep talking shit, filthy, behind this fucking phone number. Yeah. Andrea just called too. Let me block that number. Andrea, do not call me again.
it's going to be worse. If you keep defending books, it's going to be worse than phone calls.
Oh, look, y'all hear that? If you keep defending books, it's going to be worse than phone calls. I'm not defending books. I told him earlier he don't need to be doing anything.
If you keep defending books, it's going to be worse than phone calls.
Yeah, let's play that one more time so everybody can hear it.
If you keep defending books, it's going to be worse than phone calls.
It's going to be worse than phone calls, huh? Well, I don't think I've been talking about
If you
books.
keep defending books, it's going to be worse than phone calls.
Yeah. Oh, Andrea had to leave a message too.
Do you want me square? Bruce is trying to stick me in the trunk. Iceman's driving. They're teaming up with Rome. I need you. Help. Oh, God. Stop it, Risky!
That woman is crazy. Didn't mean to do that. I tell you, I don't know what fucking program keeps trying to utilize that. Man, I tell you what, I will not be getting a renewal, I don't think, for this program. It's got too many fucking bugs. There we go. Finally. Keeps messing up. Alright. Well, that's interesting.
On the other end of the line. Extra quick. You can go to the big ass. somebody's getting ready to shit on your grandmother's grave. And you thank me. She almost was a piece of shit, wasn't she?
Go suck a dick and die. Go suck a dick and die. Have a good life. Leave me alone. Fucking dude. I don't care who judges me for saying that. All it is a suggestion. Because he says, oh, this is going to end with this. Fuck you. See that? Stick it up there and twist it. And I don't care if the numbers get shown. Y'all want to call? Y'all want to call?
Asshole calling. Asshole calling. There's an asshole on the other end of the line. Answer it quick so you can talk to the big asshole. Asshole calling.
Help me! I can't breathe. Roosie's coming for me, for real, for real.
Let me block that number. Just documenting it. Called 3 fucking times. Left a fucking voicemail. Private. Text now numbers. Private.
Asshole calling. Asshole calling. There's an asshole on the other end of the line. Answer it quick so you can talk to the big asshole.
Oh, you can see. You can see. You people are pathetic. Here I am trying to do my own shit. And I mean, this, you're just giving me the example. You're just putting it out there. Yeah, she did. They're trying to get all the fucking calls they can get in before I change the number.
On your grandma's grave. Hey, Square, I just wanted to say I'll be hooping on your grandma's grave.
Yeah. And your dad will fuck you later on. I don't care. Fucking bitch. Sell out. Fucking sell out.
I want one of them niggas and the french fried taters with the mustard on them.
I'm glad that they find this all fucking amusing. Oh, thanks for letting me know that. No, my phone wasn't breaking up. Filthy's was. He called twice. The first time I didn't have it where you could hear it. And it was just let me try to get back some fucking regular stuff, you know, news and such. Check out an update from 2 days ago on the YSL case. Or not YSL, but YNW.
Rapper YNW Melly's murder retrial was supposed to get underway soon, but there's another delay, this time related to jury selection. We're talking with YNW Melly's former lawyer, Bradford Cohen, about the tension between the prosecution and defense and what insight these latest moves give us as we get closer to a new trial. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So a whole new group of citizens were called to the Broward County Courthouse in the Fort Lauderdale area to potentially become part of the jury for this double murder retrial of YNW Melly. A jury that would decide not only if the rapper, whose real name is Jamel Demmons, is guilty of killing his two friends, but also whether Demmons should be executed. Yeah, because the death penalty would be on the table if Demmons is convicted. So anybody who's been following this case with us here on Sidebar and Law and Crime will know that Demmons is accused of shooting Christopher Thomas, a.k.a. YNW Juvie, and Anthony Williams, a.k.a.
See, even though I blocked these, I can't perpetually block everything.
Moo, 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 motherfucker, moo! Do you want to rub my nipples? I bet you do. Why do you support pedophiles? Asshole!
You got your little 10 seconds of attention. You happy?
YNW Sack Chaser inside of an SUV back in 2018. They were part of the YNW Hip Hop Collective with Demmons. They and several other young men were at a recording studio until the early morning hours the night of the murders. Thomas, Williams, Demmons, and a fourth man, Cortland Henry, also known as YNW Portland, they all got into the same car together to head towards Demmons' home, but they never arrived. Not long after they left the studio, Henry showed up at a hospital with Williams and Thomas bleeding out in the car. Demmons was not there. Henry claimed that there had been a drive-by shooting and Thomas and Williams had been shot in the head. But investigators say the evidence suggested the shooting looked like it happened from inside the car and that this was possibly staged to look like a drive-by shooting. And so both Jamel Demmons and Cortland Henry were charged with double murder. The two are being tried separately. Now, Demmons first went to trial over the summer this year, and it lasted for several weeks. But in the end, the jury couldn't reach a unanimous verdict on guilt, so Judge John Murphy declared a mistrial. Well, now,
Yeah, it's pretty clear that I think it's. I mean, if I was on the jury, some people may disagree, but I'd vote guilty. I mean, the dude could sing; he had talent. There's no doubt about that. But you know, that's not an excuse to murder, especially people that you called your friends. That's where all this started. Is these people pretended to be my friend, you know. Now they want to talk about trying to drive me insane, get me killed, or potentially mad enough to where I do something they can get me locked up for it. But that ain't gonna happen. Nope.
now the court is in the process of picking a new jury for Demmons' second trial, and we're at the point where a potential jury pool has been whittled down and attorneys are engaging in questioning of the jurors. And there is a lot of drama happening at the moment in this voir dire or jury selection process, including a major complaint from the prosecutors. To help me break this down, I'm joined right now by renowned lawyer Bradford Cohen, who's famously represented Kodak Black, Lil Wayne, even represented YNW Melly at one point in time. Bradford, good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you too.
Okay, so this is a bit of a complicated issue. Let me break it down for everybody, and then we're going to get into it. So the state makes this file where they're taking issue with how a slate of jurors.
watch all that law and crime so you don't get caught doing your diddler ways? I'm just curious. And going back to the whole being jealous of those teachers thing, what do you think about that? What's your opinion on that, Square? Care to comment?
I hope I got some witnesses in here that are witnessing this shit.
Jurors were excused. The defense apparently misstated the law in front of these jurors, telling the potential jurors
Like
that
4 or 5 phone numbers this dude's done went through.
in order for them to find Demmons guilty of murder, they would also have to show that he was in a gang, because there's a gang enhancement charge in the indictment. The state said, whoa, whoa, whoa. They objected, saying that's not the law. The jury can find him guilty of murder without finding that he was in a gang. There was a back and forth with objections and sidebars, seemingly confusion from one of the jurors. And so the jury panel was excused. The attorneys, the judge, they discussed what to do. And it was agreed that the judge should read the jury instruction to the potential jurors. It's basically law. Well, the defense said, hold on. If you now read that instruction to the jury after what we, the defense, just told them, we're going to lose all credibility in their eyes. And the court ended up striking the entire panel. So now the state says they're concerned that every time they raise an objection during the jury selection process and their objection is sustained or upheld, the defense is going to move to strike the panel of jurors because they don't want to look bad. So the state wants to end this pattern. Bradford, that's the way I understand it. Have you ever seen an argument like this before?
I've never seen an argument like this before, because in these type of cases, these murder cases, and when there's a high stakes case, even if it's a felony punishable by life, you make every objection you can as a defense attorney. It doesn't matter what the ruling is, you want to raise it, because if you don't raise it, number one is you waive it, right? So on an appeal, if you lose, you won't have that, that kind of sword in your armory. And then the other thing is, you also want to raise it because you want to protect your client's interests as best that you can. So any single issue that you can come up with as a defense attorney, you want to raise it on objection. And if the judge, buys your argument and then strikes a jury panel or does something else, he's taking away that possible appellate issue. So in this case, do I think that the defense really wanted to strike the whole panel? I don't know if they really did, or if they did that as more of a strategic move where the judge might have denied it, and then that just raises another appellate issue if he didn't strike the panel. But I think in this case, the judge is doing everything possible to really take away any kind of possible appellate issue, because he sees this case that might come back in the future in case there's a conviction.
Hey there, everybody. I want to talk to you right now about Palm, which is the next generation of pepper spray. You see, Palm's formula provides you with the necessary range and capacity that can give you and your loved ones some peace of mind. Now, if you're like, look, I don't want to mistakenly fire.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting argument. It seems, but I mean, that's strange. I mean, that doesn't mean that they're going to do it up at every. But the state's accusing that they're doing this as a pattern to like stall or an attempt to get it, thrown out, which they've tried to get it thrown out dozens of times. I don't think it's going to be thrown out.
For this, well, here's the thing. Palm's patented flip top safety, it prevents accidental misfires. So whether you're carrying the unit on your keys or keychain, or snapping the unit on your backpack, or even just carrying it in your pocket, Palm is really the perfect everyday carry accessory. And I'll tell you what, my wife carries Palm and absolutely loves it. You can learn more at palmpepperspray.com and use code LAWCRIME10% for 10% off. I was thinking about it, and I said to myself, if I was a juror and I listened to the defense and they misstated the law at the very beginning of the case, you know what? I would say, and then the law is reiterated to me the proper way, I could see the defense's argument, that the jury's going to look at us like we're incompetent, like we don't know what we're talking about. We're getting the law wrong now. So I think that's a relatively fair argument. But you said you haven't seen anything like that kind of argument before, where a defense attorney is concerned that in the eyes of the jury, they're going to look like they're incompetent or something?
So there's two different ways to look at that. I've never seen the argument where if there was a misstatement of law to strike the whole jury panel. Generally, we don't talk during jury voir dire. It's not as frequent as you would think that we talk about the actual law, what you need to find, because there's a lot of objections from the state. Usually you have to stay away from fact specific on your case. So it's a very fine line that you walk when you say you have to find him guilty of X, Y, Z, you have to find him this. And if you start getting into the facts of the case, that's always an objection, because you can't be fact specific. You have to use a lot of analogies and things like that to see where a jury's mind is. I've certainly seen where you move to strike a whole jury panel for something that happened during that voir dire. I haven't seen it where there was a misstatement of law, and that's the reason why it was you were moving to strike it. So certainly it's not unusual to strike a whole jury panel for different reasons. I mean, there is a local attorney who's absolutely great. He's a good friend of mine.
Hello.
Who struck.
Yeah.
Struck a whole jury panel because all of their last names started with the letter C. And they said it's impossible that this is just a random thing, that every single juror is she or he, their last name begins with C. It was a federal case, and the judge actually struck the whole panel. He thought it was unusual as well.
I'm not sure I understand that one. What's the problem? I mean, you don't even know their identities, the jurors.
I think that he was basically saying this wasn't a random selection of jurors.
Oh, I see.
And that it is, there was something strange going on. He doesn't know what it is, but he'd rather have a jury panel that wasn't, everyone's last name started with C. And the judge, bought that argument. And actually, it's a pretty well-renowned case.
It turns out they're all family members. And then we found out after that, right?
No one knows.
Let me ask you about what the judge did here. Were you surprised that the judge just, got rid of the whole jury panel, basically sided with the defense? Why do you think he did that?
I think that the judge doesn't want this to come back in appeal, so he's going over and above of what you normally see, because he knows if
I'm so tired.
There's an asshole on the other end of the line.
You gonna be fucking spokesman in ass or hellbilly? I know you got asshole on your mind.
What you got on your mind, you mean?
You two retards gonna butt fuck or what?
Yeah, it's real
You
good.
finally found you a fucking retard.
Real good talk about spokesmen like that.
Now don't let that mouth gear of his get in the way. It might rip your cock off. Of course, you try to butcher it off, so I guess a little bit of mouth gear would be pretty mild, wouldn't it?
You think you're really something, don't you?
I don't give a good goddamn. That's what I don't give.
That's exactly true. You don't give a good goddamn.
With you in the cage or the grave, I promise you. I will be back the 24th, and I will break you one way or the other.
I'll be on vacation, so I won't be paying attention to any of your bullshit.
Oh, it's going to be offline. Yeah, it's not going to be over YouTube. The holidays is coming up. I've got something in store for Lord Ass, your fucking father, your stepmother, Aunt Dee Dee. It's going to be fun. A lot of fun.
It's going to be fun.
You'll have to stop by Moses and Rick's show. Heaps is cooking up the faggy pudding. Rick's cooking up 3 turkeys for hog lady bird, and I'm bringing the Hershey pie.
Thanks for the threats. Actually, go fuck yourself.
If this is a not guilty, the state can't appeal.
I guess my mods have left. I don't know. Yeah.
Right? There's no appeal from the state. It would only it would be an appeal from the defense. So a lot of judges go over and above for a defendant to make sure that they eliminate all possible appellate issues.
What do you think about the state's argument that they're concerned every time they raise an objection and maybe they make the defense look bad in a way, that it's going to be grounds for a slate of jurors to be just excused? Do you think that their frustrations are, legitimate, justified?
I think it's an interesting motion, but again, you can't limit what the defense can object to, because if you're limiting, if you're saying to the judge, "Hey, judge, by the way, I don't want this happening every time," he has no control over it. The defense is going to raise objections on whatever they want to raise objections on. I think it's an interesting motion. I think it's more for the press than it is that the judge is actually going to say, "Hey, you guys are right. I'm not going to allow them to do this," because that would never happen. I think it's more to show the press why it happened and kind of put some dirt on the defense and say like, "Oh, they didn't know the law."
There was another part of this that I thought was really interesting, and I guess you could understand why the state is frustrated, because they have also said in this filing that 3 jurors have complained about improper conduct. Like, for example, there was a juror number 3 who said that people were approaching the jurors or were talking in their presence. And this juror number 3, actually said that when she was outside the courthouse, someone came up to her to discuss her jury service on, quote, the Rappers case. And despite all of that, the state didn't move to strike the jury panel. And that seems pretty serious, what's been happening with the jury, according to the state. And yet here, the jury panel was completely excused because of the defense was concerned that they might look bad. So if that is all true from what the state says, what do you make of it?
I think it's highly unusual in cases where it's a high-profile case, and I've had a lot of high-profile cases. I had a lot of high-profile trials. When you have a high-profile trial, people want to approach you, just normal people that are watching the.
There's another call.
The case, that have interest in the case. I mean, the people that watch your show, that listen to your show.
I'm not being harassed though or nothing. Oh, I am. I just got some fucking fat ass that's probably a couple cheeseburgers away from a heart attack talking about all this other shit and everything. Yeah, you're real big and bad when you got all these people propping you up and keeping your and using your fake numbers. You can't call nobody from a real number or nothing because you're trying to be a smart criminal about it. Fucking.
I mean, these people have a lot of interest in what's going on, and not only that, they have a lot of interest in the evidence. Sometimes they know the evidence better than some of the lawyers. Sometimes they know the law better than some of the lawyers. I mean, it's really the era of people getting involved in these cases, from when it was O.J. Simpson and everyone was kind of just watching on TV, to where it is now, where everyone is kind of their own detective or their own lawyer and kind of figuring things out, I think has grown so much and so substantially that it doesn't surprise me that random people are going up to jurors and trying to get them to talk to them. But it is, like I said, it's improper. It's not allowed. A juror is not allowed to discuss their service. And I know there was some issues where one juror was saying, "Oh, Melly's mom is looking at me weird." things like that I think are very minimal because family.
Yeah, so supposedly they got on. They had made a big deal about because she was crying and the jurors were nearby. I mean, even if so, I doubt. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak for a certainty, but I would not think that she had done that on purpose. It just happenstance, But what do I know? I guess nothing. Get my fucking number changed. No need to get angry. They're just idiots. That's what they want, is for you to get angry.
Members are going to be upset when their family members on trial. So those things will happen, and people will be looking at you because you're a juror, and they want to see if you give any reaction, if you smile, if you don't smile. Those things everyone's going to be looking at. But if there's no physical contact, if there's no talking to each other, very difficult. Other than that, to say, okay, we need to strike the panel. I do find it, like I said, troubling that people are coming up to these jurors and wanting to talk to them. But, that happens a lot in high-profile cases.
And look, like you said, the prosecution, this is a second round for them. They want a conviction. They don't want another mistrial. So they're trying to, make sure everything is going accordingly. But look, it's tough. At the time of this recording, we're still in the jury selection process. We'll see when they actually select a jury. And then we'll see, hopefully during the course of the trial, that we don't lose jurors because of these kinds of issues. Having said that, you mentioned something, and I have a bonus issue for you. You mentioned detective. So I wanted to also ask you your thoughts on this other issue. The judge, in this case, ordered that the lead detective, Mark Moretti, is going to have to be interviewed by Melly's defense team again. Usually in Florida, that witnesses can only be deposed once unless the judge decides otherwise or the party.
Hello? Yeah, hello? I want to know the truth right this second.
AI voice.
Yeah, who's this? I want to know who you are.
If you don't know, you shouldn't be
Look,
calling.
I've seen your...
Parties agree. So here, the defense is going to ask Moretti about his credibility, not any evidence about the actual case, but it concerns whether Moretti solicited a sheriff's deputy to lie, namely telling him that he should say he was there when a search warrant
that's a big thing right there.
was executed on
I
Melly's
mean, come on.
mom's phone. The defense suggested this could actually be Brady material, meaning evidence that the state has to turn over that may help the defense's case. Remember, Melly's team already accused the former prosecutor, who's no longer on the case, Christine Bradley, of a Brady violation. So this idea, first, that he's going to have to sit and talk about, did he kind of persuade a sheriff's deputy to lie and say he was there during the execution of this search warrant? That's a big allegation. I'm curious what you think Moretti's going to say.
I'd always like to say that police officers always tell the truth, but I've had instances where they don't. I mean, for better or for worse, police officers, doctors, lawyers, everybody is a person, right? So everybody does things that are right, does things that are wrong, gets nervous just like everybody else gets nervous. So I've had dealings with Detective Moretti before in the past, not good ones. And, it doesn't surprise me when I heard what was going on. And I do think that they're entitled to take his deposition again, because I think that all the quagmire of who's telling the truth, who's not telling the truth. And don't forget, for your audience, a Brady is exculpatory evidence that may tend to say, hey, this guy didn't do it, or it may be something to someone's credibility for telling the truth. That also is Brady evidence. That's why they're saying this is Brady.
Then that's one detective. Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying about Moretti, because he obviously didn't. If he had somebody persuaded to say that they were there when they wasn't.
The evidence. Now, in the past, 3 Brady notices on Detective Moretti were filed. One saying one thing.
Dude's had 3-1. I don't know if he means on this case or in the dude's career, but 3 filed already is not good.
One correcting what the first one said, and then the last one saying, no, the first one was right. So there's so much going on. And
so they went back, and then they went another way, and then they went back to the original.
I just think that I'm going to be watching and listening.
If somebody done that though, being questioned or something, you can guarantee you'd be, you'd perjure yourself or be charged or be looked at as guilty, etc.
Very closely, because I think that this is the tip of the iceberg for Detective Moretti in terms of what he's going to say at this deposition, because I think there's going to be some complaints filed. I think that there's going to be a bigger issue that comes about. And if you recall, and this was some inside baseball, and I talked about it on your show once before, at the very beginning of this case, when I represented Melly and I also represented Portland, everyone knew I was representing them. Everyone knew they had attorneys, and everyone knew that they were invoking their Fifth Amendment. Knowing all that, Portland got arrested in Texas, and he was waiting to be extradited to Florida. And detectives, including Moretti, flew over to Texas to try to get him to give a statement, even knowing that he was represented by counsel. So, when someone does something like that, it doesn't surprise me when I hear other allegations. So I'd like to see what's going to happen. Listen, this is all fair game. When he's on the stand, the state may not want to even call him. And then he'll be a defense witness. They'll call him to the stand. They'll ask him what he did, and then they'll attack his credibility.
Yeah, and I don't know if it'll be through, a deposition, an interview. We don't know exactly what he said, what the deputy said. You mentioned the prosecution. They said this shouldn't even be admissible at trial. It can't be used to impeach his credibility because they say Emmons didn't reach out to his mom. He didn't ask her to do anything. So this whole issue about the execution of the search warrant on the phone doesn't even matter. And I'll give you a quick response to that. What do you think?
Yeah,
I think it does. I mean, anything that a detective does in a case that is going to be relevant in terms of his credibility is always going to be relevant in a case. So if he's serving a warrant on
that judge rules against that, I'll be flabbergasted.
Bob Smith, and Bob Smith doesn't have anything to do with my case, or he's tangentially has something to do with my case, and he lies about something in that service of the warrant, I think would be relevant to his credibility, because he served warrants in my case, and he served warrants on my family, and he's done investigation and looked for things and said he found things. All these different things would go. I mean, like I said, I don't like to keep bringing up O.J. Simpson's case.
No, yeah.
But the fact is that in O.J. Simpson's case, you had Mark Furman who says, I never used this certain word. Well, how would that even be relevant? If you think about it, like, how would that be relevant in the case? It's relevant because he made it relevant. I've never used that word before. And then all of a sudden, holy cow, well, here, let me play a tape for you. And F. Lee Bailey, the rest is all history, right? So that I think that things that affect your credibility are always relevant in a trial.
Of course
no one
it
can
is.
dissuade me from that opinion.
I agree with you. I mean, how many times, and any of our followers will know, when we have like experts on the stand, they'll under cross-examination, their past review, their past reports in other cases are brought in to suggest, are they biased? I remember one expert who always seemed to find in every death penalty case that there was some sort of mental defect in the defendant, in the killer. Like everyone, and always said that, and they looked at his past cases and said, have you ever found one where you didn't find it? And so it looked like it was a hired gun. And so it's an interesting kind of debate, an interesting argument. Brad, thank you so much for coming on to talk about the latest. I'm sure this is not going to be the last time we have you on, because there's going to be a lot to happen in this case. All right, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
2459 up there. We all heard this girl screaming bloody murder. Help me.
Troubling body camera footage foreshadows the murder of 33-year-old Kyla Arce when first responders are called to her home just 1 month before her boyfriend allegedly killed her.
What's your first name?
Kyla.
Spell it for me.
Kylaarce.
Whoa. Kyla.
Arce.
Arce.
Yes.
How do you spell it? Say it.
Kyla Arce.
Kyla Arce.
Authorities say this man, 32-year-old Paul Henry DiGiacinto, shot and killed Arce on October 23rd at his parents' home in Coral Springs, Florida. Officials say DiGiacinto also tried to kill his father, attempting to shoot him and smother him with a pillow. DiGiacinto's father later told first responders he survived by playing dead. When officials arrived on the scene, DiGiacinto refused to come out of his parents' house. After more than an hour, the standoff ended when DiGiacinto was taken into custody. Once they entered the home, investigators found Arce in the living room. She was pronounced dead on the scene. Officials say DiGiacinto shot and killed her. More than a month before all this, Broward County Sheriff's deputies were called to the townhouse Arce and DiGiacinto shared in nearby Pompano Beach.
And the woman screamed, "Help me, bloody murder," basically.
He opened the door
And opened the door, and then she got back in, closed the door, and you hear tons of stuff screaming. And
knocking around. Sounds like there's a struggle going on
there's
inside,
a big
basically.
struggle going on.
Over there?
Yes.
Yeah. And I would totally, I want to make sure she's okay.
Broward County Sheriff's deputies responded to the townhouse on September 17th after multiple neighbors reported disturbing screams coming from the couple's home.
The guy just left. He came out of there. I took a picture of his car. Oh, he left driving out. Yeah, and I took a picture of his license plate. He drove away.
Yeah, the roommate came out of the building and said that the guy is not abusive and that's his best friend and he's known him forever. And when I asked him, well, why would a female scream at the top of her lungs, "Help me," he just goes, "I don't know," and then he walks away and leaves.
So the roommate's inside there too?
There was two guys. The roommate left. He got this gentleman right here. Got a picture of his car.
I got 3 people talking to me.
Sorry.
First responders on the scene make their way to the couple's door and begin knocking.
He's don't want to hardly do nothing. Getting harassing calls and everything. I just need my number changed, pretty much. Ending in 9899.
County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, also, for some reason, my I guess that I don't know if that'll reset. Well, yeah, I blocked private numbers, but they're getting around it by using text now numbers and stuff like third party apps that make calls over the internet. Do you know of an app? Maybe what was the app you were going to suggest? Oh no, these are individuals that think that they're on YouTube and they're taking my image and making products and selling it, and they're basically just making fun of me, and that's their content. And so and more than just making fun of, though, harassing, calling. Like I've got about 20 calls this morning from just a few individuals, and I know pretty much each of them, and I don't want them to be able to do that. So I need to have it changed because all they do is just go as soon as they're blocked on that number, then they just go and they make another number because those little text now apps you can create different phone numbers and different accounts, and I mean that it's just madness. I don't know what's wrong with them. They get Yeah, we changed it not too long ago, but unfortunately I gave it to somebody I thought was a friend that wasn't because they're with these people. Yes, sir. Yeah, I understand. I think the last time I changed it, they had because of this, they'd changed it for free because of the circumstance. I guess I understand. I'll pay the charge.
With multiple sheriff's deputies on the scene, these same moments are caught on body camera recordings
Okay,
from
will
different
you
angles.
just can you just give me one moment? Hold on.
Brown County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, sir, are you there? I went ahead and saved the voicemails to my phone that from visual voicemail, so yeah, you can do that. I'm sure you'll be okay.
Brown County Sheriff's Office.
I am. I don't have a house phone,
You're at the
unfortunately.
door, so open it up. I can hear you at the door.
Oh yeah.
Open the door. It's the sheriff's office. All right. Due to exigent circumstances. What's 10 for? Due to exigent circumstances.
Are you able to tell me
we
what
have to
that
go ahead and
is
break the
before
door
it
down or
changes?
get someone with the key to open the door. We will. We just need to find out if everybody's okay.
As the
Okay,
knocking
thank you.
continues, a neighbor can be heard telling
Let
sheriff's
me
deputies
mute
he's
this.
scared of the man inside.
That guy, he scares the shit. Do you hear it still in your apartment or no? You're at the door, so open it up. Every day. Every day. I can hear you at the door. Open the door. It's the sheriff's office.
After about 10 minutes of banging on the door, sheriff's deputies plan to break it down.
Extra circumstances. Somebody yelling in there. They said they heard this and that. Yeah, they come up to the door and they kind of, you can hear it. You can hear them pressing up against. They're probably looking at you right now. 2, 4, 5, 9. They don't. This don't even have to go this far, but these people want to make it seem like.
I mean, if they want their door open forcefully, that's okay.
That's fine. Because the fire rescue gonna come and open this door, and then we're gonna come in there.
Limber 5, can you have rescue respond out here and help us with some forced entry?
We'll just come through. We're gonna have fire rescue break down.
We want to thank Tom Pepper Spray for sponsoring this body cam.
Literally said online right out of their own mouth that this is going to end one of two ways: either I'm dead or I'm in a cage somewhere or some crap. You know, I mean, basically that they'd have to request. Of course, that was we've had since new police, so I don't know. I've been trying to avoid going that route. I've pleaded, you know, but you can't. I mean, you can't. Apparently not. So I'm gonna have to take some. I'm gonna have to do some stuff. It's, you know, they've said out of their own mouth they want to drive me crazy. They want me to. They've said out of their own mouth that they hope that I would kill myself. I mean, they say all types of just horrible things. Hmm. Yeah, we got. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Yeah. Yeah. It's not possible for them to now see. I've seen some of these people. I've seen them. I've seen videos of people get a number before a cell phone number off offline or online. I mean, no, I'm just saying. Can they Google? Can they Google or pay for a service? Like, do you guys put my number online where it can be found? Only house phones, correct? Ex- Okay, yeah. So there's no way they can just get it on their own online. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what it was. I gave it to a woman, and she gave it to him. Thank you.
As you can tell from the body cams we cover, personal safety and protection
Come out to the door.
when they still refuse to open the door, additional first responders break it down.
All right, we got fire rescue here. This is just me being instructional to you. I want you to listen up. Fire rescue is going to come, and they're going to go ahead and breach the door. It's going to be damage to this door. So I just advise you to open the door now for us to find out. If they have to breach the door, people are going to be put in handcuffs and detained until we find out what's going on. It's just my warning to you, my first and final warning.
These moments are again captured from multiple angles.
Neighbors heard somebody yelling, screaming. They heard glass breaking. They heard furniture being thrown around. This door, I mean, it's. Yeah,
I just whacked that thing with fucking. We could hit it with the goddamn axe.
Well, it's not gonna. Can we try to least minimal damage, or
It's not gonna bust it like that.
yeah.
Is he in an arrest or something?
Well, we have to make sure she's okay right now. It's a welfare check, probably based on the extended circumstances together. Yeah. Come on, sorry, we'll cover you.
Do you need a? You might not find.
You need a second set of hands? You might have to go. All right. There you go.
It's only after the front door is broken down that both Arce and DG Jacinto come out of their garage.
Dispatch, make note that they basically was inside the house. Once they saw us breach, they came out the garage door.
Immediately, deputies call them out, saying there's no way they didn't hear their 10 minutes worth of knocking.
There's nowhere in the world you didn't hear us knocking at that door.
Yeah. So that'll reset the voicemail as well. All right. Well, I got that changed. Now I've just gotta restart my phone. It's easier to denounce books. You people act like that I fucking rubber stamp everything that dude does. I told him earlier that he don't need, but people like I don't fault him because y'all are playing this fucking game of you're gonna keep going whether the person ignores or does fire back at you, and I'm trying to take the path of fucking least resistance. I can't choose what he's gonna do. And then you guys like try to come back and say, well, you group all of us together. Yeah, that's because all of you do the same shit and you're engaged in it.
Throw the keys down. Throw the keys down. Throw the keys down.
You got any guns, knives, weapons, anything on you we need to know about? Nothing at all? Okay.
Why did you guys come to the door?
Why didn't you come to the door?
We banged.
Why are you shaking so? Why are you shaking?
You guys just came out of nowhere.
Okay, you came out of nowhere. You heard us knocking on that door the whole time.
We literally are
You
going
didn't
to
hear us knocking. We're banging the hell out of the door. Why did you guys come to the door?
We're downstairs.
We banged pretty hard.
Why are you shaking?
You guys just came out of nowhere.
Okay, you came out of nowhere. You heard us knocking on that door the whole time.
We literally are going
You didn't hear us knocking. We're banging the hell out of the door.
Okay,
My
so
hands
I
are ready to
saw-
bang it on the door. And you didn't hear us.
We're downstairs.
Anybody else
I'm
inside?
sorry. Nobody else is inside. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
What's your first name?
Kyla.
Spell it for me.
KYLAARCE.
Whoa. KYLA.
ARCE.
ARCE.
Yes.
How do you say it? Say it.
Kyla Arce.
Hello, Arce.
I'm so sorry you guys had to come out here and
Well,
so
if you guys would
hot.
open the door, you
This
would have.
is brand new.
Number. What's your address, Kyla?
05219.
This is brand new. You want some? Huh.
ARCE.
ARCE, so it's Kyla ARCE.
Yeah.
What's your middle name?
In my driver's license, St. Paul.
Do you have a middle name?
Well, it's Carlos Santos and Pauco Arce.
Are you guys married?
No.
Do you live here with him?
Yes.
What's going on here? Why are we getting calls from your neighbors that they're hearing glass break and they're hearing stuff being thrown around? What's going on with that?
Nothing.
Nothing's going on.
We were watching a
Listen,
show.
listen. I got information from neighbors all night long. Help me, you're hurting me, stuff breaking, stop doing this shit. What's going on?
But like, wouldn't I?
Come on, take a walk with me.
I don't want to walk with you.
Come with me.
Can I just sit
No,
down?
come with me.
What?
From here, the sheriff's deputies separate the pair.
Let's talk. Away from your friend then.
Oh,
I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
okay.
I'm just asking about what's going on. Why are your neighbors
He's trying to find out if you're not being abused.
No.
Why are your neighbors saying all this about you?
I
About you
mean,
screaming for help, help. That's why we had to break in the door.
Asshole
Your door is good.
calling. There's an
That's
asshole on
AT&T.
the other line. Answer it quick. You can talk to the big asshole.
I don't mind AT&T calling.
The fireman popped it. You're going to have to get the association to fix your door.
are you serious?
I'm dead serious. All right? We're
Um,
banging on the door, like I just told you. My hands are red, and his hands are red from banging on the door. There is no way you could not hear us.
I'm so sorry.
What's going on?
Nothing at all. I promise you. Nothing at all. I'm not pressing charges. Nothing at all.
Why would you not press charges?
I don't
Why would
even
you-
know how to
why
say
would you
the
not press
lingo of
charges?
the cop thing, but
Well,
like,
why would you not press charges? About what? You said you wouldn't press charges. What were you not press
I
charges
mean,
about?
I just said that to just because I don't know what's going on. Nothing's going on. 100%.
How long you been
We're
with
watching.
together?
We've been together for 2 years. We're good.
No problems ever.
No problem.
Neighbors that have been hearing things throughout the middle of the night.
Yes.
Nothing's going on.
Nothing's going on.
So they're lying.
Literally yesterday, my freaking plants fell from the backyard, and I just started crying because I just couldn't do it at late at night. Maybe that's
So
it.
then what you tell me is all the neighbors standing out here behind me that called us,
Yes.
and your neighbors that live on your floor there, the second floor there,
Yeah.
are all lying.
I'm not saying they're lying. I don't know what their perception is
They're
with
saying
like
you're screaming
whatever.
for help.
Okay.
All right, and the fact that we're banging and banging and banging, and once we get in, you guys try to pull away.
Because we're not. I didn't really hear you like
Were you guys
downstairs.
sitting in the garage the whole time?
We're like sitting in the room. We're about to go get breakfast.
And you didn't hear us banging on the door.
No.
That's Tyler. I find that hard to believe.
Just look
We were
like
ringing the bell.
Okay, so
Did
then
you hear
I'm
our bell ring?
sorry. I'm sorry.
Does your bell go
No.
to the phone or his phone? Why do you guys have a video bell?
It doesn't go to mine.
Does it go to his?
I don't know.
Come here, bro. Come talk to me for a minute. What's your name again? All right, Deputy Allen, bro. Look, situation didn't even have to go this far.
Well, I don't know what's talking about.
I get it.
I don't know what's
You're
going
shaking
on.
like it's like.
Yeah, because who would it?
Not only that,
What's
you got
going on?
scratches all over you and stuff like that. What's going on? Talk to me.
I have no idea what's
You
going
tell
on.
you tell it exactly.
I have
How we
no
have
idea
you
what's
how do
going
you have nothing was going on, dude? You coming out of the garage, you're shaking like crazy. You got scratches all over. I get
I'm
it.
shaking because all of a sudden someone just
So
blocked
you live
me.
here with someone else?
That's by myself.
You live here by yourself, or she? Who is she to you?
She's my girlfriend.
Okay, so who was the other dude that was here?
A friend.
Okay, so what happened?
Nothing. We were just hanging out and watched TV, and that's it.
But everybody was yelling and screaming. You got neighbors over here, and
I don't know who's
people don't even
yelling and
live here
screaming.
saying that she was screaming at the top of her lungs. Something was going on. Look, I'm not trying to make a story up.
I don't understand.
And I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable more than what you are in the situation. But the thing is, bro, we're trying to find out. This is more of a life or death
I
situation.
understand.
It's called
I
exigent
don't understand
circumstances
what's
on our
going on out
part.
of nowhere. So that's what I'm confused about.
So why when we were knocking on the door,
I'm
you just
so
didn't come to the door?
confused. We're downstairs. I'm in the shower, just watching the show, and then we're
Downstairs?
Yeah.
All right, check it out. This is the garage. I know the format of these because I've been in one. That's your downstairs right here. Your upstairs is up there. Just hear me out, because you live here, right? You pay rent here. I mean, you pay your mortgage here every month, right? So the thing is, I know the difference. This is downstairs. You weren't downstairs. We were knocking on this door.
There's a bedroom down here on the bottom.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, but I'm pretty sure you heard us banging on this door.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Look, I can't make you tell us what's going on.
All the time. I hear things going all the time, so I don't know. Yeah. What is what? When you live right next to each other, you hear things all the time. So
Well, your neighbors and everybody heard you screaming. No, heard her screaming. Like something was wrong. And then she's not answering. So therefore that gives us even more of a suspicious incident where we got to go and find out who's alive and who's dead, or see if anybody's okay. That's where we're coming from.
Okay, I mean, yeah, but everyone's fine. I mean, I get it.
Okay. So do me a favor. You said it's a bedroom right here. Open this up for me.
I'm not gonna open the door. There's no reason.
Well, we've already opened the door. I'm just asking you to open it up so we don't have to go back up. Because I can go back up and go back in. I've already have. Look. I have a lawful right to be in that home to make sure
There is
nothing's going. Okay, so open the door. Let us check, and then we're good.
What is the reason? I don't understand. She's here.
I'll go check.
She's here. That's it.
Yeah, he's saying it's a bedroom down there. That's okay.
I'll make sure
You don't have to cooperate. We're good. I just asked him to open the thing because so the door is already open and we have lawful right to be here. So just open the thing.
Kyle, if they think someone else is in the house, that's what they're trying to say to me.
They want to make sure everyone's okay.
Yeah, there's no one else in.
Okay, well open it up. Okay, well open it up then.
For what?
Okay, well I'll just go upstairs and go.
Okay.
I just asked him that. That's all I said. Everything is being recorded here.
Throughout this all, the couple continues to tell conflicting stories as Arce repeatedly apologizes.
You said nobody else was here. He just said his friend was here and his friend just left. Now tell me the truth.
Yeah, but I'm downstairs. There's too many things.
Listen to what I just said.
Yeah.
You just told myself and this deputy that nobody else is here. He said his friend was here and his friend left. So now you're saying that. So now you got conflicting stories.
She may not know because she doesn't go upstairs to see.
But how do you not know when you've been in the house the whole time?
There's three, like it's too much. I barely hear anybody downstairs. I work on my computer and nothing's going on. I don't know if it was here.
But Arce maintains she's okay and doesn't need any help.
So you're safe. Everything's good.
Everything's good. Look at me.
Okay.
Look at my face. I'm good.
And how long have y'all been together?
Couple years.
Couple years. Y'all have any children involved?
Trying to.
You're trying to. Okay. You guys married? Just boyfriend and girlfriend. Just been dating. Okay.
I mean, I didn't
In the
realize
future,
that we were.
we're not done yet, but in the future, we're knocking on the door. Just, hi, hello. Look, at now your door's off the hinge. So.
And you have to fix that.
Seriously?
Because the exigent circumstances due to the state of Florida, if anybody's in dire danger or anything like that, we have to respond.
Anyone could be yelling at any window and you can't pick one.
I mean, I know that no one's here anymore, but every one of your neighbors are standing outside concerned with your road.
So knocking on the door, you see what I'm saying?
Okay, now I get it. I didn't know that you said. Oh, I didn't.
And I'm not talking about 2 people. We're talking about 4 or 5 people out here saying that they heard you screaming.
No, I mean nothing. He left, but I'm the only one here. I'm the only one. Maybe he just. I don't know. I see the perspective.
My supervisor asked you a direct question.
I mean nothing. I just.
He's talking about nothing. He's like going around yelling for no reason.
I wasn't yelling and screaming like that.
So what were you mad at?
20 neighbors standing out there telling us the story. We know it. We're wondering why.
Okay.
I apologize. I was muted. Hey, good morning, Shane. Good to see you. That's sad. Hello, Bill. Yeah. Hey, Shane, you want to check that account out? Make sure it wasn't just made yesterday, if you could for me. I don't have a mod account in there right now. I got some things to do today, guys, so I'm not going to be on here long, but just trying to cover a little bit of this law and crime stuff. Hope you're doing all right, Shane, you and your family. Thanks. I've seen you here and there, man, but I hadn't seen you too much, but I think you were in here the other day.
Just yelling and screaming.
You been catching anything worth catching lately?
It's not normal to yell and scream unless they're crazy.
Look, we're not here. Look, basically, we're not here to get y'all in trouble. We're not here.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they. Oh, never mind.
So I
We're
guess
not
what
bad
you're
guys.
saying is that someone's was screaming, and then the mail came out just like so rapidly.
Yeah, and they also gave us the perfect description. They said you two were still inside.
Yeah, so I guess I see what you're saying here. Okay, all right, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, nothing's going on. Since there's only 3 female, I'm the female. I'm good, all good, I promise.
Just 36 days after this video was reported, Didier Cinto allegedly shot and killed Arce. He now faces charges of murder, attempted murder, and resisting arrest with violence.
Wow. Oh my God, Shane. So you were talking about this case. Damn. I didn't catch that until just now. Thought you were talking about another case. Or talking about
with Demons.
We're talking in general. Wow. Oh my fucking God. Wait.
Urban John.
Hold on.
Collective with Demons. They and several other young men were at a recording studio until the early morning hours the night of the murders.
Kid murdered his teacher.
Judge, that completes the victim impact statements. Thank you.
The hell is the world coming to, man?
At this time, the court will pronounce judgment on the defendant, Mr. Goodale, based on your plea of guilty entered on the 18th day of April 2023. It is a finding of this court that you are guilty and are now ordered, adjudged, and decreed guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. That's a violation of Iowa Code Sections 701 or 707.1 and 707.21A. Mr. Goodell, I've considered all the sentencing options provided for in the Iowa Code, and my judgment relative to sentence is based on the factors that your attorney and the state's attorney and these last 2 days we've been talking about. But your rehabilitation certainly is paramount for that, and at the same time protecting the community from further offenses.
Rebel tagged you in a post, Shane. I just got the notification.
This is by you and others is also what a judge does. And I have considered not just the brutal nature of the offense, but also the pre-sentence investigation and the minutes of testimony in this case, along with the entire court file. The plea agreement that you and your attorneys reached with the state, along with all the...
Let me check. Hold on. Excuse me. I cannot believe. Exactly, Shane. Thank you. Hey, Xbox. Hey, Sly. Good morning, Sly.
Juvenile sentencing factors that I'm required to make specific findings on when we're sentencing a juvenile to a first-degree murder. It's a Class A felony. And the findings that your attorney and the state's attorney have gone through, I'll go with you after I tell you. First, I'm going to order that you pay restitution joint and severally pursuant to Iowa Code Section 910.3b, $150,000 to the estate of Naima Graber and or her heirs. That's jointly and severally liable with Willard Shaden Miller. I will also order the restitution that the state has requested regarding the Jefferson County auditor. But I do find, based on your affidavit, and I did review your financial affidavit, that you do not have the ability to reimburse the state of Iowa for Category B restitution. And because of that, Mr. Mulder or Mr. Brown, I don't know if you have a position on this. I don't know if I can order the crime victim assistance if I make that finding. I think that qualifies as Category B restitution.
You're right at this point, Judge.
Okay. So I'll just order the restitution joint and severally that's owed to the Jefferson County auditor. And but I will give the state of Iowa 30 days to file any additional restitution statements, so long as they do not qualify as Category B. You are ordered to submit to a DNA sample, as this is a felony offense. And pursuant to Iowa Code Section 90159A and B, I am required to announce publicly that any non-mandatory term of incarceration may be reduced because of statutory good conduct time, work credits, program credits, and you may be eligible for parole before your sentence is discharged.
Yeah, the thing here is that he may actually get parole after a long, long, long time just because he's a juvenile. Hey, Grandpa, this is my new number I'm calling you from. I had to get it changed. I got about 20, 30 calls this morning, them threatening Dad, me, you for the holiday season and everything else. So I guess I'm not going to go anywhere on the holidays because I'm not going to. But Grandpa, they're doing it. I can't get anything done. They keep. I know. I know. No, it's not me listening. They were calling my number back to. I kept blocking the number. They'd call with another number. They're relentless. I did answer to let it get recorded. Well, they shouldn't be able to call now. They can't. Unless they get it again some magic way. I don't know how. I'm not giving it to nobody. No, but they offered someone to come down here and shit on Grandma's grave, and they say they can find out. Yeah. You can't do stuff like this and then think you can go get forgiven by God later on. They don't give a crap about their eternity. Yeah. With everything going on in the other side of the world, it looks like it. Where are you at? Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed that last time. There's a new. Last time I was in there getting the antibiotics for my tooth and pain, they had a woman in there. They were talking about having somebody there to deliver, and that were opening up another place and stuff. So yeah. All right. Well, I'll see you soon. I'll show you something about the phone when you get back. Yeah.
I am ordering that you serve the life sentence. You'll get credit for all time served on that. Going through the factors that I'm required to, I've considered the impact on each victim as defined in Iowa Code Section 915.10 and the use of victim impact statements. And I will note that your counsel has filed a sentencing memorandum, which I did read, and they cited State v. Roby, which is 897 Northwest 2nd, 127, Iowa, 2017, and State v. Lyle, which is 854 Northwest 2nd, 378. That's an Iowa 2014 case. And the argument from your counsel is that individualized juvenile sentencing generally serves to mitigate punishment, not aggravate punishment. And I have found several mitigating factors in this case, but it's the court's belief that Iowa Code Section 902.122 does not prohibit me from considering aggravating factors. And in fact, I think I'm required under the law to consider all relevant and permissible sentencing factors. So with respect to the impact on victims in this case, I think this is an aggravating factor because you participated in a plan with Mr. Miller to kill Naheem McGregor, and your actions led or helped lead to her death. The victim impact statements remind us all of the pain that the family of Naheem McGregor will carry with him and the huge void that she's left behind. I'll also say that with regard to the Lyle case, and I know Mr. Goodell, this is not, I mean, this is lawyer, I'm talking lawyer talk, but even if the Lyle factors are generally more mitigating in a typical juvenile murder case, I do not find this to be a typical juvenile murder case. This is beyond the pale. With respect to factor number B, or letter B, the impact of the offense on the community, it's clear that Fairfield is a tight-knit, close community, and the entire community was shaken by your actions, Mr. Goodell, and your co-defendant's actions, Mr. Miller. So I do find that to be an aggravating factor that requires accountability. The next factor, the threat of safety to the public or individual posed by the defendant. Again, I think this is an aggravating factor, as any individual, regardless of age, who could be persuaded by another classmate to kill his teacher is a danger to the community and will require significant rehabilitation. The degree of participation in the murder by you, Mr. Goodell, is the next factor. And I find that you knowingly participated in the murder of Naheem Grammer, and by your own admissions, hit the victim with a baseball bat 5 times using lethal force. While Mr. Miller concocted the plan, without your help, the execution of that plan would not have occurred. So I find this as an aggravating factor. And
in other words, this kid had his whole life ahead of him, and he listened to some idiot. Probably, I imagine they were friends. Maybe they wasn't that long of friends, but somehow he, when he could have stopped it, that's fucked up.
I don't think you have the same culpability as Mr. Miller. I think it's less, but still, without your help, he couldn't have done it. The nature of the offense is heinous. As
you hit a poor woman 5 times with a baseball bat, lethal. The Bible says, "Thou shalt not murder." It doesn't say unless the person murders first or whatever. But we do have capital punishment here. Obviously, that's off the table because he's a juvenile. I mean, he's right at the threshold. If this had been another year or so later, he would have been full adult. So I'm really interested to see what the sentence is going to be.
You can imagine, it's a significant aggravating factor.
It probably, if I had to guess, and states are different. Some states there's life with the possibility parole is like automatically assumed. Life is 25 years, and then sometimes they'll sentence it life without with the possibility parole maybe after 40 years. He can set it, he can customize it. But if it's just a blanket life with parole, then he's going to be looking to do 25 years. And I think a life with the parole thing means it's not like a sentence where you only do 80% if you are well behaved and whatever. Like I think life with parole, if I'm not mistaken, means that he's got to serve. If it's 20, if in that state life means 25, then he's got to serve all the 25 years, and that doesn't mean he's going to be paroled immediately. It could be another 10 or 20 years past that when the parole board maybe wants to. It just depends.
Ms. Graber was killed in a brutal fashion by 2 unknown students. This murder requires the defendant serve a prison sentence for deterrence of the entire community, not just the defendant. And for context, I think it's important to distinguish some of the facts from this case involving you and Willard Miller to Miller versus Alabama, which is the U.S. Supreme Court case that Dr. Cunningham is brought in to testify about, and what we've had this last 2 days of hearing. The reason for the individualized Miller sentencing hearing is because while juveniles are different than adults, each juvenile and his or her acts are inherently different. So I don't think, I am not comparing you just to a lump of defendants that have had Miller hearings. Miller versus Alabama involved a 14-year-old defendant who assisted another juvenile in a robbery that resulted in a shooting. The defendant,
14-year-old got involved in a robbery that goes bad. Well, I mean, what robbery? I mean, I guess there are robberies that happen without incident, without killing, I guess. But in this instance, he's talking about a case of a 14-year-old goes out with some people, I guess, to try to rob somebody. In the course of that, somebody gets shot. Well, even if you didn't pull the trigger, you aided in that. It wouldn't have happened. I mean, it happened while you were there. You're part of it,
in Miller versus Alabama, did not fire a gun or swing a bat. In a 6-3 decision, the United States Supreme Court found that the Eighth Amendment ban on cruel and unusual punishment prevented automatic life without parole sentences for juvenile offenders. That's why we're having this hearing. And subsequent 4-3 Iowa Supreme Court cases went further to take away the district court's ability to sentence a murderer under 18 to life without parole. So in spite of the mitigating factors presented by your defense through Dr. Cunningham, other testimony, and presentation of evidence and argument, the court finds a prison sentence and a mandatory minimum is required for deterrence for the defendant and others from committing murder in the first degree. As U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice Roberts wrote in his Miller dissent, our Eighth Amendment cases have also said that we should take guidance from evolving standards of decency that mark the progress of a maturing society. Mercy toward the guilty can be a form of decency, and a maturing society may abandon harsh punishments that it comes to view as unnecessary or unjust. But decency is not the same as leniency. A decent society protects the innocent from violence. A mature society may determine that this requires removing those guilty of the most heinous murders from its midst, both as protection for its other members and as a concrete expression of its standards of decency. As judges, we have no basis for deciding that progress toward greater decency can move only in the direction of easing sanctions of the guilty. With respect to your remorse, Mr. Goodale, and unlike your co-defendant, it's clear to me that you have regretted this role in Ms. Graber's murder. You've been remorseful for these proceedings, and this is a mitigating factor. Factor G is your acceptance of responsibility. This is another mitigating factor, Mr. Goodell. You pled guilty to first-degree murder and acknowledged your actions. While you certainly have the right to exercise your constitutional rights to trial, to a jury, in a different place, like Mr. Miller, by pleading guilty, you spared the defendant's family, witnesses, and community a traumatic trial. And while these Miller sentencings itself are emotionally draining for all involved, and I doubt either Supreme Court's spent much time thinking about that toll before ordering us to do hundreds of these hearings, the U.S. Supreme Court requires them. You're entitled to it. And I certainly am required to do my job, and your attorneys have done their job very well in presenting evidence. Regarding the severity of the offense, which is factor H, including any of the following: the commission of the murder while participating in another felony, a number of victims, and the heinous, brutal, cruel matter of murder, including whether the murder.
Well, this is a lot to take in, right, y'all? Hold on, let me check the comments. Let me pull it up on my phone so I can keep in contact with the comments. Yes, Shane, you're right. I don't know if it's so much mental illness, but mental depravity, because a lot of these people know what they're doing. Like in the case of some of the individuals we're dealing with our shit. Obviously, we're not in a situation like that. knock on wood, pray to God, never be yet. But you never know what one of these people that joins in with them or something are going to get them to feel or do. If people are, and they like to hide behind the cloak. Well, it's only entertainment. We're just trolling. It's not entertainment to talk about going and shitting on someone's grave or putting them in a grave or a cage. I'm sorry. Well, no, I'm not sorry. It's just not.
Was the result of torture. I mentioned the offense is heinous, unusually heinous and cruel, by stalking. I'm required to find that aggravating as a factor. There's one murder victim here, but many have felt the lasting effects, including yourself, of your actions. And Mr.
Who's this Jack guy? I've seen you in here before.
Probably pretty familiar with the internet. It's full of information and awesome communities. But like any cool and kind of magical place, it has its dark side, even its very own troll. Trolling is used to describe a lot of different situations, but basically it's when someone posts an off-topic or inflammatory comment to disrupt an online conversation. Not all trolls are bad. Sometimes they're just goofy, like our own dear Lido Johnny and his questions about butt hair. But others can be more harmful. You might have heard the warning, don't read the comments, to try and avoid potentially aggressive online interactions. But who are the people writing these kinds of comments in the first place, and why?
I'll check you out, Jack. I don't know who you are, bud, but I mean, you're welcome.
Mr. Miller's actions.
As long ...
Regarding your capacity to
it's about, I'd say it's only 61 degrees. It's only 61 degrees here, so looks like the United States and Canadian dollar has went up. Oh, United States and Euro dropping fast from the previous close price. I guess Canada is up. Why is that only showing? Usually my weather shows. What the fuck? Sorry, guys. and it looks like so $1 in the United States is $1.37 in Canada. United States dollar and the euro is down 38%. Silver has went up. The Dow is down 15%, excuse me, sorry. Bitcoin up 0.158%. Ethereum's up 0.72%. GameStop is down 5%. Microsoft is up. Gold is up 1.096%. Nvidia is up a little bit. Bank of America down. General Motors is down by a little bit, not much. Intel Corporation got a 4% increase. Bitcoin's just pretty close to about a 2% increase today. And Ethereum's almost to 1%. Huh. I don't normally check stocks and stuff, but I figured I would.
Agreed to participate in the plan Mr. Miller and Mr. Goodale did to kill Naheem McGraber. And this willful and premeditated murder is what resulted. You're 16 years old, and the law treats you as an adult for the purposes of prosecution, but as not as an adult for sentencing. And you have expressed genuine remorse that I did not see from your co-defendant. And this factor and the capacity to appreciate the criminality of your conduct, I think, is a mitigating factor. You stated that you never thought about the consequences. And I believe you when you say that, when you agreed to help Willard Miller kill Miss Naheem McGraber. The next factor is whether the ability to conform with the defendant's conduct with the requirements of law was substantially
Damn, this is long and drawn out. I want to get to the sentence.
Impaired. And you didn't have any.
Shane does not need a transmission, which is just translation for fuck. You mother. Man. What isn't Shane reacts? Oh, hell to the no. Shane, that isn't Shane reacts. Who the fuck are you, dude? Like, I got no problem with you, man, but I thought you were somebody I knew. You got to understand, I have a lot of people trying to come in here and get a wrench and stuff and be cool, and I don't know who they are. So I'm not blocking you. I'm not telling anybody to block him, but he does not have a wrench right now. I mean, I appreciate you. I mean, see, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying the dude is anybody, but he looked at that bill account and, you know, but yeah, that troll account obviously thought that that dude was, hell, why didn't he get banned? Sklong, whatever, fucking ban.
Prior referrals to juvenile court services. And
That's pretty bad though, like when you're like, cause I'm pretty much, I was about to reserve to say, well, I'll just stay home, you know, I won't go anywhere during around the holidays because, you know,
Certainly, your mother's abandoning you and your family at a young age could have resulted in youthful misbehavior. It's not clear to me if you were under the influence or impaired when the murder was committed, though you were using marijuana. And I find this as a mixed factor, but generally a mitigating factor. And then going to the level of maturity of you, Mr. Goodale, again, I think this is a mitigating factor based on the evidence presented. While you were older than Mr. Miller, and it was clear to me that you were not more mature than him, and that Mr. Miller was far more sinister in his planning and the execution of this crime.
Without a
Both the
doubt.
United States Supreme
I mean,
Court.
without a doubt, but still, like, I mean, this kid, I mean, you know, the marijuana and stuff, being that it's still federally, you know, they got to take all of that into account. So I get it. I get it.
Court and the
Well,
Iowa
though.
Supreme Court have held that juveniles are constitutionally different from adults for the purposes of sentencing, and that's Miller versus Alabama and State versus Sweet, 879 Northwest 2D 811. That's an Iowa 2016 case. Mr. Goodale, you do not fully appreciate the consequences of your actions, but the analysis of maturity does not end there. While you were naive and immature, you aided Mr. Miller in murdering Noam McGraber. As everybody talked about, you knew the difference between right and wrong. You were a bright student and still are a bright individual. And you could have stopped this from happening, and you know that. And that's probably going to be the hardest thing for you to live with. Regarding the next factor, which is the intellectual and mental capacity of the defendant, I think this is a mitigating factor. Your youth and lack of fully formed brain limited your capacity to appreciate the consequences of your acts. And while you were a very bright 16-and-a-half-year-old and without a history of violence, I do find that to be mitigating. With respect to the nature and the extent of any prior juvenile delinquency or criminal history, I think this is a mitigating factor because I don't, no evidence that to my knowledge there was a previous criminal history, and you are a good candidate for rehabilitation. And I think time will tell, but you'll be far more successful than Mr. Miller. The mental health history of the defendant, and I didn't know about this until I read Dr. Cunningham's report of an undiagnosed ADHD and marijuana abuse in that 72-page evaluation. And prior to the report, I was unaware that undiagnosed mental health may have affected this crime. But this was the first criminal offense you were adjudicated for, so I think that is a mitigating factor. The next factor, which
there's a lot of mitigating, it seems like. You didn't commit a crime before, but I mean, we really got, like, I guess it just seems, I don't know. It just seems like, you know, how are you gonna say, well, you'd never been, I mean, he's a juvenile, he shouldn't have been. You know what I mean? But you go in places in big cities like I used to live, you find out that, you know, there's a bunch of that.
which is letter O, is the level of compulsion, duress, or influence exerted upon the
And
defendant.
anybody I'm messaging back, if it seems sometimes my messages are short or like like sometimes I do hit because I'm responding a lot on my watch. And now that I've changed my number, well, I guess I could start using my phone more. But if it ever seems like I may have sent you something that's like pre-made, it probably it is, but you know, it's just that's out of ease because I do try to talk into it and type, so I don't want anyone to think anything by that, like I'm ignoring you or nothing.
But not to such extent as to constitute a defense. So this is a mitigating factor to the extent that co-defendant Willard Chayton
History of
Miller.
violence? I hadn't checked that. Yeah, I know Hillbilly. I'd like to. You know, Filthy Filthy called and talked about you and Spokesman earlier. You know, he don't. You know, he said all types of things. Like, I don't even want to. You know, I'd be bet to wager and challenge that, you know, if I were to be allowed to come on here one day and not get bothered, not have anybody in my comment section or trying to come up on the panel, or even if you do, now that I got my phone number changed, you're gonna see that I ain't got nothing to say. I got nothing more to say. Nothing at all.
Influenced you to commit this crime.
I'll talk
However,
to people that wanna, you know, talk and stuff. You know, I've never before in my life, you know, had an issue to where, other than in school, people not leaving me alone. Like now I get why. I mean, I kind of get. I mean, if you just look at some of the cases I see, I'm sorry, my brain. I kind of had a brain fart there. If you listen to some of the cases I've seen, though, like, you know, stuff like that, just because the internet, you know, it's on the internet, and they may come to realize this later because it's happened and there's stories out there. Stuff like this starts, and you know, and even the people that started, they don't think that they're ever going to escalate things. But as more and more time goes on, especially if that person gets sick of it and says something back, like in the case I did, then they double down even harder. You know, and it can lead to bad, fucked up shit for all involved. And what's interesting is some of these people that called and harassed this very morning have said and said that line before when they were discussing things, like, you know, saying, well, nobody told No Life Mike or encouraged that. He did that on his own. We would never do something like that. That was just a few months back, but now it's changed to, you know, denounce books or it'll be worse than online and phone calls. Like, denounce books for what? I'm sure Books has done some things he regrets and that weren't nice, but I mean, you know, I can keep up with my own timeline, the overall, but I can't keep up with others. And I don't watch every single live Books has. I woke up this morning, I got a notification on my phone that said he was had been live while I was asleep. I went to go see if he was still on there, and he was. And as soon as I got on there and started just chatting, because I was talking about these voicemails that I was listening to and saving, and then somebody's like, you know, that was already in there and sees me, you know, that they take that as as the green go ahead, like, oh, well, I'll call him. Well, now you can't call him. All right, so I took care of that.
you could have notified law enforcement anytime during the planning stages. Mr. Miller did not threaten you if you didn't assist him.
Exactly. That's one of the main things I would say would be aggravating is like he wasn't threatened. They don't have evidence of it. And the fact that he didn't try to stop this and then went ahead and participate in it, like I think that would be an aggravating circumstance. What do you think, Judge?
You weren't protecting yourself in doing this. And certainly it's not a defense to assert peer pressure as why a defendant commits first-degree murder.
Absolutely not.
So while there's mitigation in this factor, there's also some aggravation as well. Letter P is the likelihood of the commission of further offenses by the defendant. And while there's no precise algorithm in determining whether you're going to commit any further offenses, Mr.
Give
Goodell,
me that bone. That's my bone. Give me that bone. Give me that bone.
when you're released from incarceration,
Bone?
I do hope that you'll have time to reflect on your actions and grow as a person in prison. And I don't think there will be any other choice
How
for
you
you.
and spokesman doing today, Hillbilly?
I said earlier, you're a good candidate for rehabilitation, and you appear generally remorseful for this terrible act, which is refreshing compared to the last sentencing, though it's just brutal for everybody to have to hear about this again. It really is for everybody. Q is the chronological age of the defendant and the features of youth, including immaturity, impetuosity, and the failure to appreciate risks and consequences. This is a mitigating factor that you were a minor when you committed this crime. The law treats you as an adult for the prosecution, but I am to consider your immaturity and failure to appreciate risks and consequences in determining your appropriate sentence. You didn't appreciate the consequences of your action.
And the bad thing about drugs is, especially using them before the age of 26, is what he was just talking about there, like not appreciating consequences and stuff. Like, he's obviously still young, so I don't think he, all he said was he smoked weed, which it may have had some effect on his memory, his blood pressure, heart, but I don't think that would, but necessarily. But now people that use the harder drugs starting early on through till they're 26, in which my case, that wasn't the exact case, but I did, I think before the brain was fully developed, I did start, was prescribed medication. So that can hinder even long term how you appreciate and come to make decisions. And they don't really know. All they know is just pretty much that that's a definite more than probability with all the information that they've looked at. However, there's also information that shows the brain can rewire itself after stuff like that. So it's all a matter of there's a little bit of a matter of intent and will there too. If a person has the intent, and they're clean, like a lot of people in here I'm sure are, and or at least they don't have any use, like not everybody in here, me including, and some I know, I don't think has ever used a needle. Like been an active IV drug user. And I'm not downing anybody who has. I'm not. But certainly things like that, I would imagine, especially before the age of 26. And of course, amphetamines, that's another one, like, and I would imagine that if he had done anything more than just marijuana, they would have brought that up because they could have alleged, he was out of his mind, etc. But it sounds like the judge is giving him a lot of credit for taking the responsibility to plead guilty, cooperate, and everything else. So I said it earlier that it's going to be life with the possibility of parole, so 25 years. And I think that's exactly what he'll end up getting, but we'll see. Should be getting to it. We're almost done with this.
But that does not bring Nohema McGraber back here.
Yep.
And your age and and remorse are actually, I thought they would be less a comfort to Miss Graber's family, but it appears that it is of some comfort, at least to some. With regard to the family and home environment, with your circumstances, Mr. Goodell, and again, before this week, I didn't really know much about that. Certainly your home life was not the same since your mother left. While you have a complicated relationship with your father, he does care for you, and so do your siblings. Your home life may have been atypical, but you were not a troublemaker prior to the tragic events of November 2nd, 2021. I find this to be a mitigating factor. Letter S is the circumstances of the murder, including the extent of the defendant's participation and the conduct and way familial and peer pressure may have affected the defendant. This is a mitigating factor to the extent Mr. Miller was the driving force behind the murder of Miss Graber. But as I said earlier, Mr. Miller couldn't have done this without you, Mr. Goodell. There's no family influence on the murder. In a perverse way, you did feel peer pressure. But this was not cheating on a math test. This was the premeditated murder of a human being because Mr. Miller did not like his grade.
That was the you got to be shitting me because of a grade. Bro, never would I have suspected that that was the, like, oh my gosh, man, this poor woman's family. Can you imagine a loved one being a teacher and they grade their students fairly and student gets a bad grade and they get so enraged? Like, that shows, like, normally, you know, when you're young, and somebody else had talked about this, I listened to on something, they said that, you know, you don't have to teach a child that it's not, that it's wrong to, you know, and to, like, for instance, take the life of a human, but somehow they just know innately. Like, I remember when you're young and you do something that's wrong, like, if you do something that's wrong or breaking the rules, you know, something minor but still is like cause for discipline, like in school or something. Okay, but you know, it shouldn't be like, somewhere his gut should have said, like, you know, I can't do this. And the fact he was able to ignore that feeling, I don't know, man, that's scary. Like, there are a few instances where young children do get in these situations, and I mean a lot younger than him. He's almost an adult. He's being treated like one. But still, yet, like, Derek Roby, he got released. Um, he had killed another boy that I think that lived in his neighborhood or was a classmate, you know, and he done all his time and everything, and he just recently got out. But you know, he done an interview and everything. I might show some of that next.
Let me consider the competencies associated with youth, including but not limited to the defendant's inability to deal with peace officers or the prosecution, or the defendant's incapacity to assist the defense attorney and defendant's defense. This is a mitigating factor due to your lack of prior contact to law enforcement.
Good morning, Bird. I see you. Sorry, I'm just now getting I'm getting it on my phone now. Hey, good morning, Bird. How are you doing? Let me check what you said, Hillbilly. Well, I probably won't be here in an hour, Miss Bird, but that's all right. You can hit me up. Yeah, kids that kill. Yeah, I know. I can't believe they had a show about it, man. That shows you. The thing I listened to that said like it, normally you wouldn't have to teach kids right from wrong on those things is because and there's a bunch of theories about it that media, especially if they're consuming good media, that like if kids watch a show about bad guys and stuff or a murderer getting caught, which most parents would probably not, but when I was growing up, we watched Halloween, we watched all that stuff. So, it just like I never had that cross my mind. Uh, if anything, I had the opposite thoughts. Like I couldn't understand how, you know, how you could do that to somebody, especially for something so messed up. Like, I mean, people are gonna give me shit for saying this, but even if somebody shot your dog, you may feel like you wanna, and some gonna argue rightfully so, but doing the same thing to some, or maybe you wouldn't want to do it to the person, but maybe you just wanted to get even with them, and so you do it to, and this is a crude example, but they do it back to the other person's dog. Like, I get and it's kind of, if you scale that down a little bit, we take it to the area of somebody calls you, like, for instance, a faggot. You're not going to call them a faggot back. I very few times, um, and in relation to people saying, I think he wants your wiener or whatever, very few times have I said, yeah, I don't know why they got to go with this gay shit. Maybe they're gay or something. But I've never, I don't believe, responded back to like any of these so-called human beings that, call them a faggot or call one of them, especially just like I've never watched a channel and come on here and laughed and then decided to make videos and say, oh, you're a blah, 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 like why? The only thing I rushed to judgment on and did stupid videos and stuff to where I probably got some of my karma back a long time ago and been repaid was in relation to the Johnny thing back when I first came on. That's an instance of where I was just, I don't know what I was just flooded with all different types of content, and I didn't, I just didn't think. I didn't think about that. If people see that, they might be like, oh, well, he wants to do it, so that's why at a certain point I took the shit down and I was on the phone, fucking, you know, and reached out to Scooter because I didn't want none of this to happen. I reached out to you, Scooter, for help, and you know what he did? He basically was like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, all this and that," and then boom.
And I will say that you were represented by experienced and talented attorneys who zealously advocated.
Like I'm not a scammer or anything. They put out all this bullshit saying I'm a woman beater and all this other crap, and nothing to substantiate it, nothing at all, because it's not true. But even though it's not true, when you have that being substantiated and repeated by all types of different people you don't even know, that are, it's gonna dig at you. It just is.
For your rights. Say the statement about the state just to keep it fair, but and considering that factor, certainly you had the benefit of excellent legal representation. The possibility of rehabilitation is a significant mitigating factor you're a very good candidate for rehabilitation. While incarcerated, you'll be able to take advantage of the programming and education in the Iowa prison systems.
Iowa, huh? I have no idea much about the Iowa prison system, so I don't know. Maybe they got some good programs in there. Who knows?
When paroled, hopefully you have the skills to be a productive and law-abiding member of society. Based on the
At
record
the
of this
conclusion of this, do a little interlude with some music.
case and of the record of Mr. Miller's case, because I learned somewhat about you in that case as well, and then the evidence presented on your behalf here and at other hearings. Letter V, is any information considered relevant by the sentencing court? And as I've stated, the U.S. and Iowa Constitution treats juveniles differently than adults in sentencing. I think this was mentioned earlier, but if you had helped Mr. Miller 18 months later, you'd be in prison for the rest of your life. So hope that is not lost either. I believe the bedrock of our criminal justice system remains the same, and that's deterrence and rehabilitation. I've considered your youth and developing brain, along with your intent and actions, which I think were cool. In State versus Majors, which is a 2020 Iowa Supreme Court case, 940 Northwest 2nd, 372, Iowa Supreme Court Justice Waterman wrote that, quote, our earlier opinions have been criticized for running the risk of making it difficult, not practically impossible, for a sentencing judge to ever impose a minimum term of incarceration. Yet, as we indicated in Roby, mandatory minimum sentences are permissible. While there is a presumption against mandatory terms of incarceration for juvenile offenders, we have expressly upheld, even commanded, their use if the court concludes that sentence is warranted after consideration of the factors. And Mr. Goodale, I believe because sentencing judges are in a unique position to deter homicidal and other violent behavior, while it may seem natural for a judge from Iowa to punt, in this case to the parole board, I don't think the parole board is adequate in its function that I have and the obligation and the oath that I take to protect the community.
I told you I had my number
judges
changed.
At the district court level and the trial court level are much better positioned to order criminal sentences than the parole
That's my
board.
number for my cell phone number.
Court finds, based on the nature and circumstances of this offense, along with the 25 required factors I'm required to consider in sentencing a juvenile for first-degree murder, the defendants shall be sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 25 years. This sentence is permissible under current Iowa law. The presumption against mandatory minimum sentences has been rebutted by the
I don't know how people feel about mandatory minimums. I know when they come to stuff of like marijuana and drug sales, even when it's a repeat offender, I think some of that is kind of avoidable and shouldn't be necessary. But in this case, I don't know. We'll see. We're almost there.
The nature of circumstances of this case, and it represents the appropriate time of incarceration based on the defendant's premeditated murder. Count 2 of this case will be dismissed pursuant to plea agreement. Mr. Goodell, do you agree to pay the dismissal costs on the conspiracy charge?
I'm not on my phone, I'm on my computer.
The Iowa Medical and Classification Center in Oakdale is designated as a reception center to which you're to be delivered by the sheriff of Jefferson County or his designee. Again, you're given all credit for time served on this charge, including any juvenile detention center time.
I have no idea.
You do have the right to appeal your guilty plea. Your attorney must file a written notice within 30 days, and a plea of guilty is subject to a showing of good cause pursuant to Iowa Code Section 81429, and then the appellate courts will determine whether your application is granted. If you're just appealing the sentence I've just imposed and not the guilty plea, your attorneys must file that notice of appeal within 30 days.
And of course, I would step away and miss it.
When the Iowa Medical and Classification Center in Oakdale is designated as a reception center to which your law, the presumption against mandatory minimum sentences has been rebutted by the nature of circumstances of this case. And it represents the appropriate time of incarceration based on the defendant's premeditated murder. Count 2 of this case will be dismissed pursuant to plea agreement.
Oh wait, did I miss it?
And Mr. Goodale, I believe because sentencing judges are in a unique position, while it may seem natural for a judge from Iowa to, I don't think the parole board is adequate in its function that I have and the obligation and the oath that I take to protect the community. And I believe judges at the district court
Alabama parole board is something else. I tell you that. They've done stories on it.
level and the trial court level are much better positioned to order criminal sentences than the parole board. Court finds, based on the nature and circumstances of this offense, along with the 25 required factors I'm required to consider in sentencing a juvenile for first-degree murder, the defendants shall be sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 25 years.
It's exactly what I said.
The sentence is permissible under current Iowa law. The presumption against mandatory minimum sentences has been rebutted by the nation.
So he's gonna have 25 freaking years to serve. Well, I mean that definitely wasn't worth it for going along with that. And then this fucking guy, I can't stand this fucking dude.
Yes, the actors in arrest.
This dude was fucking, man, kidnapper. Gets 130 years in prison. Should have gave him like 5,000.
Actors in
Of course, there's no point in doing that.
aggravation. Certainly the conduct caused or threatened serious harm.
This is one of those smart guys that represented themselves.
The defendant did receive compensation in taking the items from the person, vehicle, and home of his victim. The defendant has an extensive history of prior delinquency and criminal activity, including not less than 12 misdemeanors. But more important,
Hillbilly, come on, man. I get it, but man, that was kind of a little morbid humor there. 99 years? Good God. Yeah, Bird, stay out of trouble. Stop pulling everybody's strings.
sentences to the various departments of corrections.
You know, they try to throw that back, I think, because we point out the fact that Filthy is pulling their strings. I think that's what that has to do with Bird.
Illinois and Missouri, including 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 3 years, and 7 years. None of which curtailed Mr. Yon from committing these offenses.
And I went extra out of my way today to not say nothing towards like calling them their names. All right. In chat, phone, I didn't say nobody's names. I knew it was going to be challenging to try to do one of these lives and not getting interrupted and get sidetracked onto that bullshit. But I knew for a fact. That's why when I was in there earlier in books was talking about doing all this stuff. I was like, nah, man, we don't need to do that. Like, he's going to do what he wants to, and I don't judge him for it. They want me to denounce him. So I don't know. I guess they're trying to put pressure to get me to say that. So then books will get mad at me and join in, not with them, but be a, talk shit about, they're always trying to divide shit. Always, I mean, y'all shouldn't have done what you done to books. So not everybody is going to be like old Ian and, not want to, some people just don't want to go back, and you call it back and forth, whatever you want to call it. I think I did for enough, like defending myself and everything else like that. I don't see any need else for it. Now Books just recently got death threatened too, so I can understand how he feels, because a lot of times he'll say stuff that I may feel, or may gloss and think about for a half a second, you know. But I'm just the type that I'm trying to, I'm not trying, I am not going to allow them to spin me into doing things that they can then turn around and go, see, we're justified. No, I'm sorry, I'm not. Tired of it.
Court finds that a sentence is necessary to deter
So if
others.
I'd answer the phone and called them by their names or whatever, they'll be like, "Oh, see that? Well, I don't have your name in my mouth now. So what's your?"
Asshole calling. There's an asshole on the other end of the line. Answer it quick. You can go to the big ass.
Hello? Who's this? Who is this? Yeah, you got the wrong number, ma'am. Sorry, it's okay. Have a good day. Bye-bye. I was about to say, ain't no fucking way.
From committing the same crimes, specifically finds the victim to have been 65 or 60 years or older than 76, 77 years of age.
Yes, ma'am. I had my number just recently changed, but yeah, this is not whoever you're looking for. You too, man. Good God.
Also note that according to the PSI, Mr. Yan was on a pretrial release for a felony in St. Charles County, Missouri.
Hell no. That's where I lived there for a little bit back in 2012.
111-CR-03413, an unlawful possession of firearm by a dangerous felon.
I had a friend who's overseas now as a result of what I'm about to talk about. They stopped by and they were driving through the states heading back to Nashville, and they basically they were in this Honda, and it was like filled with weed. He stopped by to hang out with me, smoke, and stayed for a few hours, because he was like, I'm not smoking, in the car, of course, and I told him, I was like, man, be careful, and I'll be damned if he didn't. Yeah. Then he had to spend a few years in fucking immigration detention, because see, he was over here on green card. He wasn't a citizen. Most of his family had gotten their citizenship. He hadn't gotten his yet. So as a result of just, you know, he got deported eventually. But he's doing better now.
Felony in
He's doing better.
Missouri. Also, Marion County,
Haven't
Missouri.
heard from him in about a good while, but every now and then I do hear from him.
21 MR-CR00188 were
It's hard to tell because of the time difference, him being halfway across the world and everything else. It's not easy.
charged second-degree burglary, which would be a Class 4 felony in Missouri.
So he was already on release bond for some felonies in Missouri. I don't know where this is. Oh, Illinois. Okay. So he lived in Illinois. He apparently caught a case in Missouri. Then he goes back to Illinois or whatever and does this bullshit.
In reviewing the factors in mitigation, I am in agreement with the state's position. I find none that apply to Mr. Yon.
Damn.
And again, the court is to consider the character of the offender. Mr. Yon, in my practice of law and in all my years, you are the most reprehensible person I've had in court before me.
Holy shit. This dude's had I'm sure he's had some characters before, but damn, that's harsh.
As public defender.
But it's really not. I mean, look what he done. I was being a little sarcastic.
As state's attorney and now as judge. You take no responsibility for crimes that you clearly committed and were proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Is he trying to get that appeal?
I believe
if that's going to work.
Narcissistic and unable to appreciate that, because to admit that would be admitting a fault, and in your mind you are perfect.
And there's a good example to stop and point out. They've tried to allege this and say I ain't got no empathy. Well, then how come after I clap back at them and then talk about all this like the other day, and then I get upset with myself, even though everyone around me, or not around me, just everybody in lives and people that I just hadn't that long ago started becoming friendly with, and other people that have been here just as long point out, and they all say the same thing, but no, that they're all delusional and wrong, right? They don't get it. You know, y'all are the ones that can't admit any faults or anything. And you want to say like, oh, he's empathetic, he don't have narcissism. All human beings have traits in them that if you ain't a professional, like if you see them in that instance expressing that trait, and that's the only thing you see, like it's kind of foolhardy to just judge on just one or two little or a couple things. Like you need to look at the whole picture from birth to present. And they don't know enough about that. I really don't know enough about them. You know, I've never said that they were narcissistic, but they definitely are full of themselves. They may have some tendencies like that. I don't know. I'm not a doctor or anything. You know, this is not meant to be medical advice. Always seek out your professional locally, who you trust. But the fact that you want to exacerbate someone's mental ailments like depression, anxiety, and you want to try to rush them up, like with all the 20 plus phone calls this morning, it don't make a good look against the argument that you're not selfish, narcissistic, and you know, it just don't. And they say I'm unempathetic. Yeah, okay. Whatever you say.
Well, sir, you're going to be perfect for 130 years in prison, because I'm adopting the state's recommendation. On count one, home invasion for using a dangerous weapon, perfect for 130. That would be admitting a fault. And in your mind, you are perfect. Well, sir, you're going to be perfect for 130 years in prison. Because I'm adopting the state's recommendation. On count 1, home invasion for using a dangerous weapon during such, the maximum 30 years is imposed. I'm also finding that that crime resulted in great bodily harm to the victim, meaning you'll serve it at 85%, not 50%. That'll be
50%'s even a thing? I never heard of somebody serving 50%. I thought it was always like 80%. I know in federal, you serve your whole time. You know, even if you only get 6 years in federal prison, you're doing all 6 years.
followed by 18 months mandatory supervised release if you're ever released.
If you're ever released.
Count 3, aggravated kidnapping, Class X felony. I'm imposing the maximum
Class X? I've never heard of a Class X.
30 years. Department of Corrections. That likewise will be at 85% for the same reasons previously stated, inflicting severe bodily injury. That will be consecutive to the sentence in count 1. Count 4, aggravated vehicular hijacking. Class X felony, 6 to 30 years. I'm imposing a 30-year sentence maximum.
Giving them the max.
By 18 months, mandatory supervised release.
On everything.
Specifically finding that that should be served at 85%. Again, because your actions resulted in great bodily harm to the victim.
Christine Loman even said she wasn't hijacked.
Sir,
herself.
I would not speak.
In the
And
video.
so that will be consecutive to counts 1 and 3. Count 5, maximum on the Class X, aggravated criminal sexual assault, range 16 to 40 years. I'm imposing the 40-year sentence. That will be followed by mandatory supervised release of 3 years to life, and that by sentence imposed or any aspect of the sentencing hearing, then within 30 days of today's date, you must file with the circuit clerk of Adams County a written notice of appeal or request that the circuit clerk prepare and file it on your behalf. However, if any part of what you want to appeal relates to the correctness of your sentence or any aspect of the sentencing hearing, then before you file a notice of appeal, you must file first, within 30 days of today's date, a written motion to reconsider sentence and or challenging sentencing hearing. That likewise would be filed at the Adams County Circuit Clerk's office. Your motion must be in writing, must be filed with the circuit clerk of this court within 30 days of today, and must include all of the grounds or reasons for your motion, as any issue or claim of error or mistake not included would be waived for purposes of your appeal. If your motion is granted, the sentence may be modified or some other action may be taken to correct whatever the problem may be. If your motion is denied, okay. You good? All right. If your motion is denied, then you would have 30 days from the date the motion was denied to file with the circuit clerk of the court a written notice of appeal or to request that the circuit clerk prepare and file it on your behalf to start the process of going to the appellate court. If you cannot afford the assistance of an attorney for your motion or your appeal, an attorney will be appointed to represent you free of charge. If you cannot afford copies of the transcripts in your case for your motion or appeal, those likewise will be provided to you free of charge. Do you understand your right to appeal, Mr. Yan?
Yes, sir.
It will be in recess.
Your Honor, I have some things to take up with regards to transcripts. I'm still waiting on pretrial transcripts, which you said would come a long time ago.
Mr. Yan, you're represented by counsel, and so he'll need to make all motions and arguments to the court if he chooses to do so.
Okay, as far as appeal, I'll represent myself on appeal at this time, so I'm going to need the transcripts. I mean, unless they're being manipulated like the last ones were, and they need time to do that.
Mr. Yon, again, you're being represented by counsel at this time, and so he'll have to make all motions and arguments for you. Mr. Jones, do we want to take up the 22 CF 713 and 720?
Judge, based on the court sentence today, I'll have an order prepared showing those cases are dismissed. Judge McCartney.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to go back on the record also. Thank you for reminding me of that. Mr. Yon, because 22 CF 671, you were sentenced to 7 years while you were awaiting trial in this matter. These sentences are also going to be consecutive to that sentence. So that'll be a total of 137 you'll be serving.
$671, the one where y'all violated my rights. I'm asking a question.
I don't need him back for any order of habeas corpus. All right. So you got the orders drafted?
Yes, the orders are drafted and we're providing those to Major Nelson.
Thank you.
Hell no. Lawyer's like, yeah, good luck with that.
$723 missteps.
On state's motion, 21 CF 713, 21 CF 723 are being dismissed. That order also will be provided to you. Anything else, Mr. Jones?
Nothing from the people on this case, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing, thank you.
Adjourned in this case. Thank you.
John, I think we need him for the next case.
Yes, there's another case.
We have another case.
Judge McCartney.
Judge McCartney, so we have to take that out.
Arrogant little shit stain. Got a lot of bailiffs in there for him. I mean, a lot.
I'm not talking to you, sir.
Even his own attorneys don't like him.
For the higher courts.
I'm not talking to you, sir.
Exactly. Right.
Mm. Oh, so it wasn't just.
Bizarre.
Oh my God, I didn't know. It's kidnapping and some more crazy crap.
Was the defendant's decision to represent himself during trial. Always very interesting when defendants do this, because it usually
Yeah, interesting. That's one word.
leads to just outrageous moments in court. That is what we saw here in the Bradley Yan trial. And where better to start off than with Mr. Yan's opening statement.
There's not many smiles today. However, I did see some yesterday. I appreciate them smiles. That has brought a light to my soul as I've been stuck here in this county jail, tormented for the last 19 months. I actually,
Did he break the law?
my appearance, this is not normally me. I normally have hair. I did not expect you to feel sorry for me by any means. We all know credible and impossible means. Impossible means not possible. Credible means it's not credible. I also intend to prove improper coincidence. Throughout this trial, you'll see some of the most major coincidences you've ever seen in your lives. My little brother used to turn to my mother and say, "Mom, BB hit me." He used to say, "BB hit me." Mom would say, "Well, man, where are the marks to prove such?" Well, my mom showed me the mark. He could not show any marks. Mother would say, "I can't tell where the marks are." True story. Come to find out, my brother only had the remote taken from him. Scooby-Doo was his favorite. He would watch it end on end for hours. During them times when my brother would make them claims, we would all come to find out in the end that he had just simply walked away from the TV. Sis picked up the remote and he wanted the TV back. The tales he was telling, you'll see that today here and throughout this trial, there are major tales told. Tales that are tall.
Yeah. Now, for our listeners and for those who can't watch this on YouTube, unfortunately, you can't see the reaction from Prosecutor Assistant State Attorney Josh Jones because it appears he's given the look of, what is this guy talking about? By the way, we see this a lot of times with defendants representing themselves. Their arguments don't always make sense. They focus on the sympathy factor. Remember, they're not trained attorneys. But this was just the beginning. How about we move on to the time when Mr. Jones made the court aware of Jan's cousin, Travis Bloom, making a disturbance in the courthouse and how Jan's argument backfired on him.
Your Honor, yesterday, an individual by the name of Travis Bloom attempted to enter the courtroom while the proceedings were occurring. He was stopped by security and told he could enter at breaks. At that point, he stayed outside the courtroom, but was heard outside the courtroom making very loud comments that were heard by Sheriff's Deputy Sam Smith inside the courtroom.
Your Honor, throughout my time here, my family has been repetitively denied. I understand Travis Bloom is an idiot. I understand that, fully understand that. He holds a good heart. They didn't arrest him yesterday. If he did all them things, they probably should have arrested him, right? I mean, these are very serious matters. To limit him from the courtroom simply because of this is ridiculous. If a person does not know that they cannot come in during a time that is not a recess, then maybe they should be explained that, or maybe there should be notices posted on a wall somewhere.
The gentleman in the back courtroom by the door with law enforcement, what's your name? You step outside the door and see if there's anything posted about their entering the courtroom during a recess.
There is, Your Honor.
And what does it say, sir?
It says, you may only enter the courtroom at recess or breaks.
And you were here yesterday, sir?
I was.
And was that sign posted on the door at all times?
I believe so.
Have a seat, Mr. Yan. Your motion or objection is overruled. Your, as you described, idiot relative Travis Bloom should have read the door sign before he tried to enter the courtroom, and so he was advised of the court rules.
Maybe don't argue. Well, there should be signs so people know if they can enter the court or not, when in reality, there is a sign. That back and forth, though, it was outside the presence of the jury. Not sure it really mattered in the end for Mr. Yan, but speaking of moments outside the jury, there was this moment as well. And this is when Yan argued to the court that witnesses were seeking guidance from the prosecutors.
Several times throughout these witness testimonies thus far, witnesses have looked directly over at state's attorneys for guidance. Mr. Lohmeyer just did a moment ago.
Mr. Yan, have you noticed either of the assistant state's attorneys giving an answer to the witness?
I tried to look and catch it this time, but no, I have not, Your Honor.
Okay, neither has the court. And so where the witness looks while answering questions, I cannot control. But unless the assistant state's attorneys are indicating some kind of answer that they should be giving, there's no reason to basically uphold your objection.
Now, if that actually happened, he would have an argument. Here, he really didn't. There's nothing to back that up. And we've seen that in other cases too, right? Pro se defendants arguing that there's this collusion between the witnesses and the prosecution. From our experience here on Law and Crime, not always a successful argument. Now, I really want to move on to this moment because this was particularly outrageous. I'm going to give you some context here. So at one point, Mr. Yan is questioning Tim Schmidt. This is Christine's husband, now widow. And Yan seemed to try to point out that Mr. Schmidt didn't call 911 on the night his wife said she was attacked. And despite Schmidt saying he did call 911, Yan wanted to impeach him with phone records. The problem here is that those 911 phone calls are not recorded as phone records. And so these phone records are inadmissible. Yan can't ask Schmidt about them. And he can't introduce them because he has no legal basis to do so. He has to lay a foundation. He has no foundation. Well, Yan didn't quite get that, or maybe he chose to ignore that. And the court instructed him he couldn't talk about this with Mr. Schmidt. Well, he moved forward with it. And Mr. Jones, the prosecutor, he got quite heated.
And do you recall what time you made a 911 call?
It was a little after 6 o'clock, right after I went home.
And if I said that there.
Objection, Your Honor. I know what he's going to ask next, Your Honor, and if it's going to be an objectionable question that the jury is not allowed to hear.
Just to refresh your memory, you stated you were subpoenaed for phone records, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. We just dealt with this.
Mr. Yan, the court sustains that objection.
Your Honor,
we need to go down a new path.
I'm just letting the witness know where we're at, Your Honor.
He was here, he knows. So next question, sir.
Okay. And you did provide those records.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, and we've gone down this path.
Mr. Schmidt,
objection.
Are you aware that there was no 911?
Objection, Your Honor.
I will sustain the objection, Mr.
There was
Yan.
no 911.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll ask the bailiff.
Oh man, he's mad.
The jury return to the jury room and we'll address this.
And it seems to only get worse for Yan because later on he questioned Sergeant Jake McMahon with the Adams County Sheriff's Department about those phone records. And guess what? I don't know if this was a mistake or he was basically caught like a deer in headlights, But for his supposed argument that there was no 911 phone call that day, the report seems to indicate otherwise.
The CFS report, which is also known as a 911 report, correct?
I know it as a dispatch ticket, but I
Dispatch
believe CFS, yes.
And Your Honor, I'd like to publish this in the jury.
Okay.
It states Mel came and attacked his wife and broke into the house and stole the car, correct?
Yes, that's what it reads.
It's fine. It says Quincy, Adams County 911 call for service report, doesn't it?
Yes.
That means there was a 911 call, doesn't it?
Correct.
The danger of representing yourself, folks. Not always the best.
In his case, definitely. I mean, I don't think I've seen one case where it's been worth the crap.
Decision. But let's close this out with arguably the last outrageous moment in this trial, and that is during Bradley Yon's closing argument. His final attempt to persuade this jury that he is innocent. And it definitely had some arguably head-scratching points.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today we're here on some sick, heinous matters. Matters that if I were that person, I wouldn't care if I was a prosecutor or not. I wouldn't sit here and call the defendant a man. I'd call him a piece of excuse my terminology, Your Honor. I'd call him a piece of
Excuse my terminology as I use it again.
because that's what he would have been. Mr. Jones has put on a great
I don't think that argument's going to help you, bud.
presentation today. Very great. Just like Ms. Keck did on Monday last week. She put on a great presentation. Very abnormal and not her normal voice. Not her normal voice at all. She come forward with a presentation that seemed
The prosecutor turned over and put his hand on his head like, are you really trying to go down this angle?
so unnatural just to try to persuade you people. Just to try to persuade you.
She's laughing under her breath.
You see the woman right here on the screen? That's from a video. Does it appear if she's hurt, battered, beat? Persuasion. You can persuade anybody to do anything with words. You can persuade them with actions. You can persuade them with evidence. Sometimes evidence isn't evidence.
Sometimes evidence isn't evidence. You know, it would have been better to say instead of that it would have been sometimes, though, things that are presented as evidence are in fact not, because they're I don't even know. See, this is why I wouldn't try to argue myself as a lawyer, because you got to go through a bunch of mental concepts. You got to go through the law, and you got to transfuse that into a statement, which he's having trouble with. He said sometimes evidence, not evidence. Like, I don't know. I feel like a little dumber from hearing that, but I guess I guess you could say some things that are presented as evidence may be inaccurate or misleading, something like that.
I'm not a heinous, perverted creep. I do not go around robbing people. My two greatest friends are elderly people. One just happens to be 76 years old.
Him grabbing his head like that and looking at him is killing me. Good God. Like, I'm surprised the dude can keep a straight face.
She was my next door neighbor. Never. My best friend in the world, he's 62 years old.
Wait, this happened to an... Oh my fucking God. See, I hadn't watched much about this case, but it appears to me that he did this stuff to an older person. That's even worse. I mean, as if it wasn't bad enough already. Exactly, Hillbilly, you got it right. He is a fool for a lawyer. Thank you, Sly. I'm checking y'all stuff. That's live. That's true. They're pulling up your record. They got that name in their mouth. I guess that gives you right to do whatever, doesn't it? Since they got your name in it. That's what they try to say. Huh. Bullshit. Damn, hillbilly. Damn, I'm just now looking at your cousin thing. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna assume though that happened because the state. It didn't matter if they could. I guess out in Las Vegas, the marriage age is 16, from what I read that you said. But if she came from somewhere where it was 18, and she wasn't 18 or damn, the time she left, and yeah, I'm sorry about that. Like, I mean, it's only a 2-year age difference. I get it. That's why, man. It's just, well, I never had. I always, until I met. For the most part, I usually dated people that were the same age as me. Then, as time went on, I dated a few older people, but like, Kayla, she's 2 years older, but that's about it.
Just turned 62. My mama taught me better than this. She didn't tell her to do these things, nor did I do them.
That's not.
Please stop, man.
That's not a good argument.
A little all over the place, very colorful. He tried to show his emotion.
Climb.
But look, he was appealing to the
Good boy.
jurors in that last moment. Despite his best efforts, the jury didn't believe him. They
Of
convicted
course
him
not.
of home invasion with a deadly weapon, criminal sexual assault,
Oh my
aggravated
God.
kidnapping, aggravated vehicular hijacking, aggravated criminal sexual assault, and burglary. Sentencing is set for September 1st, where it's my understanding this 36-year-old, now convicted felon, faces a minimum of 70 years in prison.
And you got
All
the
right.
full 130. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna go soon. We got stuff to do, don't we? Let's look at some more crazier stuff.
Well, you got an inmate that wants to walk around in tight uniform, enticing the male inmates. And
Oh my God.
due to his sexual nature, I can understand that, he wants to play the whole role, but we can't let him go around and do that.
No.
He's going to have to change uniforms. All right, so let's see what we can do. Pretty much upset a lot of inmates up there due to the fact that he want to continue to wear his skin-tight uniform, and a couple of them don't like the idea that he keeps getting them racked down for his conduct. So somebody's probably going to try to hurt him.
Damn.
So he's going to change, okay? Due to the fact that his uniform that he got on is too tight. It's nothing against him, but we just cannot have him parading around here with skin-tight pants on. Okay, so we'll be back. All right, we may have to transfer him out and put him in a single cell somewhere by himself. Well, let
me give y'all a recommendation. Shout out to Jam Monsters Nicotine. They've got a limited edition PB and Jam, which is fucking delicious. I usually use the Strawberry Jam Monster, which is basically butter, toast, and strawberry. This one's butter, toast, strawberry, and peanut butter jam mixed together. It is awesome. Shout out to Jam Monster. Check them out if you vape. They have the nicotine salt, which is what I use, and then they also have the traditional 6 milligram PGVG sub-ohm juice.
That's what it's all with. All right, go ahead and have a seat. All right.
So one says it's not working. So y'all do whatever this want to do. I've been here this whole time. I've been the same way.
All right. I need you to work with me.
I'm gonna handle that out there. That's my job, is to deal with my staff, okay?
Okay, but
This is what I need you to do.
Okay, could you give me that for a second? I just want to stop before you keep going. I'm not complaining. They don't have to give me another uniform. I'm gonna keep I feel like they trying to turn me into something.
You know what?
I'm a punk, or whatever they have, as she said, I'm a punk, and that's what I'm gonna
Your
say.
sexual orientation has nothing to do with what we're dealing with right here.
Evidently, you trying to make me put on something. Let me tell you something. When them uniforms were designed, they were designed because people were sagging. They got tired of people sagging and all the rest of that kind of stuff. So they came up with the solution of jumpers. They figured they gave you jumpers, there was no sagging. Now they never not at one time said anything about a uniform not fitting you
Bruh, you flooding, bruh.
properly. Mine fit me properly.
Bruh, he flooding, bruh. And where you get them socks with the little hearts on them in the jail, bruh? Like, I'm sorry, I would not be wearing that in jail.
But I still want
Will
to
you
know.
change the uniform?
I still, yeah.
All
So
right.
but you're not gonna put me on no big old baggy uniform. Okay.
Now-
My point is,
They do have a point though. If it's big and baggy, like, you're gonna be cold and stuff. But we both know why the dude is wearing. Come on, man.
tell me what's wrong with this.
It's too tight.
Am I bothering one of the uniforms?
It's too tight.
Y'all don't want to fit. Do y'all?
Come on, man. You got the dudes running around. Look, let's keep it real, man. You got these dudes running around here, man.
You can't hold me responsible for what a
And I'm not.
all right. Wrong man should already know. Okay.
Right, even if you put him in baggy pants, they done started that. It's gonna keep going on.
Okay, man. Work with me.
What is this? This
That's one side, Lord, and what you got.
But see, this one ain't got all the lashes, so that's just like putting on the 3X and the 4X. Look how big this is. Hold on, I'm gonna make an example.
Give me that uniform you got on.
But now I want him to see extra big. This is right here. Now,
Ain't
this
no
is one
extra
size.
big.
Oh, but this still is like telling me even with this uniform on. Look at this. I will talk and I will tell every damn thing in their face.
Oh, come on, man. Look at
this is a size bigger.
Man, you're not going to the
Bruh, that's a better fit.
prom, man. Look, this thing is working, man. Give me that other uniform for me right quick. Come on. Work with me, man. Please, look, I'm asking you, man. I'm asking.
Okay, but look,
I'll never work this long with nobody trying to get no uniform. I'm serious. I am being very, very patient with you.
Even if you call your crew off in here,
I'm not gonna go through all that.
still gonna take it to where I want to take it. And
Give me this uniform back. Give me that one. Switch out.
And I still have my
Have a clean one.
This is too big. I'm gonna have a clean one. Baby, so I want y'all to go ahead and punish me for
Nobody gonna punish you.
for not changing. For not changing uniform.
Okay, moving you for your safety. And a few dudes down there hollering and going on and acting crazy. Got a concern about that. All right.
It wasn't about that just love to get attention to somebody who want to say something.
Well,
I don't care about getting moved. That's
Wait, what?
Down there hollering and going on and acting crazy. Got a concern. Uniform back. Give me that one. Switch out.
And I still have my
Have a clean one.
This is too big. I'm gonna have a clean one. Baby, so I want y'all to go ahead and punish me for not changing uniform.
Okay, moving you for your safety.
He's being
a few
moved.
dudes down there hollering and going on and acting crazy. Got a concern about that. All right.
It wasn't about that just love to get attention to somebody who want to say something.
Well,
I don't care about getting moved. That's not.
That's for your safety.
Okay. Okay. Understand.
Do something else, man. Come on, let's go.
Come on, let's go.
Boy, you something else, boy. Hold on. Yeah. Come on down this way. Nah, you can change in there. Step in there.
The uniform's too big.
Put his shoes on.
It's all funny now.
Take him down in the holding cell over there and put him in there. We have medical do a bitch on.
Y'all keep me my back. Y'all all of y'all.
Just basically being moved from the pod for his safety. He's
even the way it's supposed to be in the camp been brought in before even being touched.
Yeah, medical personnel coming in. The whole thing started over. You want to wear skin tight uniforms, enticing the other inmates, and that has caused a problem. This is not his first rodeo, and it's not the last time. And he's gonna do it again. But the main thing is, like I said, is safety. Hopefully, we can put him someplace where you're not worried about enticing other folks.
Oh, smart mouth.
Abuse. The cops abusing people. See him?
Ma'am.
See him?
Okay.
I did nothing wrong.
Actually,
I did nothing wrong.
You are not going to talk
the
disrespectfully like
police
that.
have a word for that, lady. It's called pain compliance. I know it sounds, what's the word? Sounds barbaric maybe to some, but that's, I mean, that's what it is. It's pain compliance. Yeah, hillbilly, what the fuck?
Okay,
I
you will not
didn't
disrespect me.
anybody. My mother knows judges in New York.
Doesn't matter, ma'am.
You're
You don't have
hurting my
disrespect.
arm.
Quit trying to grab my.
You're hurting my arm. I didn't do anything
Stop
wrong.
yelling.
Call my lawyer.
No, I don't call people's lawyers.
My mother is a judge in New York.
Ma'am, I'm
Is
from
that
New York, so
right?
you're being stupid right
No,
now.
yo,
I'm a New Yorker
you're
as well, okay?
stupid.
Nice mouth. You kiss your mom with that mouth?
I was never read my rights.
Well, you definitely have the
You don't have to be read your rights until they're trying to question you. I know everybody thinks that as soon as you're being arrested, they have to read them, and a lot of the times they will. Some cops like that, but if you're not being questioned, all they got to say is you're detained, or you're not free to go, or you're free to go, or you're arrested. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that's correct. And maybe part of it is, if you're told right off, I mean, some people though, if they were to be read that stuff right off the bat, they probably would keep their mouth shut because, in the heat of the moment, they ain't thinking about that. But, the law is the law.
right to remain silent at any given time you want. You have the right to it.
And we appreciate it.
Rolling it out with me, man.
That's a shame to claim that you're a New Yorker.
And what did I do?
Just comply with the orders, okay?
Nah, you don't put your hands on me.
Keep your
like
hand
that.
up here and don't move. Like
I
I just
might
told you.
catch a beating right now.
Stay right there.
You want to strip my clothes? Strip my clothes.
I've got some clothes. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Please.
Sit there. Obnoxious young lady.
I want to apologize, everybody.
Damn! She stripped.
York's like that. So now she's being really obnoxious and she's being rude and disrespectful to the law enforcement. So she's gonna have to stay in there until we get her charged in, and hopefully she'll calm down after that. So
Look at the other poor lady sitting there in the corner. She's like, man, y'all had to put this girl in here with me.
Officer Knuckles, can you explain to us why she was brought in here?
Yeah, she was very disorderly. She was trespassed from the casino. She was told to leave. We dealt with her in a real nice manner. She got very irate with us, started yelling at officers on the scene.
Was she walking out staggering, or was she just yelling?
No, she actually refused to pay a cab driver and pay the cab driver at a later point in time. But then she caused a disturbance, screaming and yelling inside the casino.
We're just going to relocate this lady from.
I had to switch microphones. Bro, she's lost it, man.
The holding cell, she's in with a couple other female inmates over to this one because she's a little bit loud and combative, disruptive.
I've been violated. The cops have beat me. Oh yeah, they have beat me. This officer.
You look like you've been beaten. You really do.
Here you go. Here you go. Have a seat. There you go.
You'll get one, just not right away.
She'll stay over here by herself. Hopefully she'll settle down, cooperate with the booking process, come out in a little while. But she's going to be in there for probably half hour or so at least till she calms down and cooperates with the procedures. Hopefully over here by herself, a little more out of view. She won't be.
She's doing like some Tai Chi shit.
Taking her clothes off, exposing herself to the male inmates out there, creating a disturbance. Hopefully we won't have to worry about that again.
Oh,
The sooner you behave, the sooner you get out
she got that liquid courage,
of this cell.
that disinhibiting juice, otherwise known as alcohol. Can you say alcohol, Brandy? Alcohol. Say she on alcohol. Maybe some ecstasy too. I don't
Do
know.
you understand me, Linda?
Keeps taking her clothes off like she's hot.
Until you calm down, you cannot come out of here.
This lady
She just
like,
doesn't get it.
She wasn't following instruction or listening to what she's being told. She was banging on the glass. She was very animated all over the cell, acting very erratic.
maybe she's on meth.
All right, what's your name? I can't hear you. Now, what's your name? No, what's your name? That part has nothing to do with me. You have to show us that you're not going to act all crazy and expose yourself. If we understand each other, then you need to have a seat and settle down, and you show me that you can behave, and then we'll let you out. Excellent.
She seems to indicate that she understood what Corporal Bryan was saying, but whether or not she'll do it, I don't know. So we'll give her a few minutes and see what happens.
You're gonna need more than a few minutes.
Linda has calmed down quite a bit. I can see her back there. So what I'm going to do is walk her through the process, because she disrobed earlier, and if she goes through that same type of scenario again, that could obviously cause a large problem in the open booking area. All right. I want to go home. Yeah, but it doesn't work that way, Linda. I'm trying to help you out so you can go home. But you got to follow the process. Yeah, wait till you do that bond stuff and fingerprint picture when they call you up. Okay. Linda and I were getting along famously, and I was able to explain to her the bonding procedure, the fingerprinting, and the photograph, and she should be out within the next 2 hours.
I bet they're relieved. She lucky they didn't go ahead and decide to get her for indecent exposure, because she may be in a jail, but you still can't do that. If a male had done that shit, oh man. Like, I'm not trying to say they didn't do it because she was a female, but like, man, I don't even want to talk about that. Never mind.
How's it going, fellas? Just step right over here, guy.
Right here, guys.
What happened to you?
Overdosed.
Overdose?
Yeah, to say the least.
Well, how'd you cut your head?
I don't know.
You don't remember any of it?
Nope.
You don't remember what
Hanging
you were
out with
taking?
people with a bunch of different drugs, and most likely it was acid. They said I almost died from lack of blood, and I don't remember any of the drugs.
Well, besides that gash on your forehead, I can see why.
Well, damn.
What's your first name?
Scott.
Scott?
When was your last pain medication? A long time ago.
All right, we're going to check you inside, and we'll make a plan with it.
According to the officers, he was running around Southeast Portland, no clothes on. He broke into a lady's house. She was home by herself. He,
Oh my
jumped
God.
through the glass door.
No.
He grabbed a stick of some sort and was hitting her with it. She was able to fight him off. Neighbors saw it, came
Wow.
over, helped her, got him under control, and then the cops came. They took him to the hospital, had him checked out. Now he'll spend a while in jail. So what's going on?
I'm told that I hurt somebody somewhere along the line.
Good Lord have mercy. God. I just now I'm seeing the front. Holy shit. Damn. Yeah, you shouldn't have been. I don't know what drug you did. The streaking thing, he might have still hell. And I don't know when this happened. This could be a year or more old, but I doubt it. When the video was shot in jail or whatever, but like indecent exposure, breaking and entering, assault. Probably it won't be simple assault. It'd probably be maybe assault and battery. Depends on what they call it there and what the charge code is. Like, but to see him like that you heard them say that some neighbors, she was able to fend him off somewhat. Neighbors came over and helped, and being that he was naked, they probably, wondered if this guy was some type of serial rapist or something. And so they beat the shit out of him, it looks like. They beat the living shit out of him. I mean, he's got a fucking neck brace on.
Or something. I don't know anything about this.
You don't remember breaking into somebody's house, jumping through a big glass door? That's how you got all the cuts, was you jumped through the door.
He done that to himself? Good God.
Possessed me to do that. I ain't hurt nobody before. I'm a totally peaceful man. Everybody that knows me knows that's what I fight for.
Well, not today.
They're ready to talk to you. 6 months ago, he came in for a similar charge, and here he is a year and a half later, and at least 12 counts of assault, a couple counts of burglary and kidnapping. It's amazing how fast people spiral downhill when they're on drugs.
Oh my God.
Hey, what's going on? What do you guys got?
Nathan, going out of the car.
What's going on, Nathan?
Going over here, Jason. You making phone calls, Nathan?
You're off the wall and you're off the balls, castrating yourself, masturbating with hating. Yo, my name's Nathan.
Oh, he's rhyming, y'all. Hillbilly, he's spitting that hot fire.
Rapper Nathan?
What would it matter?
You got the rhymes going on?
Yeah, he got the rhymes.
Me, I'm a
He got the
relative.
rhymes. He's out doing crimes, getting ready to do his time. He ain't sublime.
We're all brothers in this earth. But what is the earth? It's part of the universe, and it's all given birth by the Big Bang. Boom! Oh, look, he's laughing.
So he's in for vandalism?
Yeah, he basically vandalized his mother's screen door.
Absolutely not. Stop lying. What did she call for?
Initially, he was on the roof threatening to ride his bicycle into the pool.
Holy
How
shit.
would I ride my bicycle from the roof to the pool?
Hey, it's been done before.
You get on the roof with the bike. You'd set up the bike on a flat surface if you could, or the best you can. You just take off and go off down to the ground where the pool is at. Pretty simple. I mean, it's not simple, but I can imagine how he
He responded a lot of times to his residents.
Tonight or?
Well, within the last 2 weeks. He's
So,
been up on the roof.
why is it that your mom called?
She wanted me to get off the roof.
His mom, she's 20 years old. His mom doesn't want him right there.
He just said I didn't do that, but then he's like, "Why'd your mom call?" She wanted me to get off the roof.
Anymore.
She's 20 years old.
You're 20 years old. Your mom doesn't want you in the house anymore.
I'm not
But
in
you
the
keep
house.
coming
I wasn't
back.
in the house.
No, but you're at the house.
Tried to force her to do a restraining order, didn't you? Why didn't she do the restraining order, officer?
Why she keep calling us about you?
Because she's your mother, dude. That's why. She's your mom. She wants to get along with you. You're obviously not in your right mind, probably on drugs. Or maybe she just, I don't know. Maybe he was just hard to take care of, and maybe he gets angry. Like, you can't get that way with your mom. Like, I've argued with my mom over the phone, and I think I did one time when I was young. And boy, I never did argue with her in person or speak out of line after that. I promise you that.
You keep coming.
Said that I called.
So stop coming.
They can't just stop coming.
Use your inside voice.
They don't need to do that.
No, you be quiet.
You're going to end up hurting her.
Be quiet.
You be quiet.
Have a seat for me.
Hopefully
Take
not.
your shoes
but
off.
You're
pay
talking.
attention,
You're
logic
getting.
and psychology.
You're going there and you're breaking screen doors. You're getting on the roof, talking about you gonna drive your bicycle off into the pool, all types of crazy shit. Like, I can see why she called.
I was tutoring.
Take your
and my
shoes off.
mom, I am. I can walk and take off my shoes at the same time.
Hand me your shoe.
No,
My
you
mom
can't.
called the police. I got fired from my job because my mom put me in a mental hospital. My mom got me fired and I ended up on the streets. I got suspended by a criminal justice professor when I was homeless and I wanted to sit in on the class and learn.
Nathan, stand up. Follow the blue line.
Stay right on the line. Okay.
I have to shuffle and not lift my feet up.
Yeah, that'll work. Okay, stand on this blue X right here. Face the machine.
This dude is something else, man.
This is kind of cool.
It's gonna blow your mind.
I'm autistic.
Are you?
Yes.
So what's going on with the situation at home? There's got to be a reason why she won't let you stay at home.
My mom's scared of something.
What do you think she's scared of?
Everything.
Including you?
No, everything but me, I guess. Is what
See you, hillbilly. Yeah, I gotta get off here soon too.
I'm saying.
But okay, she's not letting you stay there because she's scared, but she's not scared of you.
Yeah.
I think I'd be scared of you and be fine with everything else.
Well, that's what you're trained to do. Be scared of the criminals.
Walk this way.
She's doing experiments with me.
Experiments with you.
How? You're hurting this hand. You're hurting my right hand.
How am I hurting your hand?
With your other hand.
All right, Nathan, have a seat. We'll be back with you in a little bit. Seems like he vandalized his mother's front door. She also has a restraining order on him. He appears to be a little on the mental side, and he will be seen, I'm sure, momentarily by our mental staff, and further evaluations be done at that time.
Either that or he's on some hella strong drug. Oh shit. Oh shit.
You ready to interview him?
Yeah.
All right. Nathan, right?
Look like he just pulled some string, or maybe that he ain't supposed to have no string. I hope the camera.
Move your shoe.
Oh, that little mug. He.
All right, just have a seat there.
Nathan, my name is Susan with Mental Health. So why are you here?
My mom called.
Your mom called, what was the reason?
She called because I was on the roof of our carport on top of the ladder.
Okay, so do you ever hear voices that other people don't hear? All the time? So what are the voices saying to you?
Let my people go.
Are they singing to you?
Oh my God.
I'm singing to myself. I'm not schizophrenic. I just sing to myself.
Okay, so did they diagnose you with schizophrenia?
Never.
No? Okay. So where are you living now?
I'm homeless.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, good boy.
Since he's homeless, has no place to go, and obviously isn't doing too well on the street, I'll send him over to ETS.
Okay, sounds good.
So that, at least we know that he's gonna be safe for the rest of the night.
Our mental health has called for ambulance to transport Nathan here to ETS, which is a mental health hospital, where he'll be evaluated for a 72-hour period. Hey, Nathan, step on out.
You don't need to put me in restraints. Let's see. They can tell you I haven't been violent or physically. Oh, look, restraints.
No, these are just
company
seat
policy.
belts.
They're not restraints, Dimwit. They're seatbelt. They can put you in restraints though if they need to.
They're just seatbelt.
Going to ETS, which is a psychiatric hospital, and they'll evaluate you over there.
Doctor, right?
No, I'm a nurse.
Oh, I love nurses. I love doctors. I really do love everyone, but I'm not crazy.
All right, we're gonna get you out of here.
So you just said the voices thing so you could go to the hospital for a little bit. That's what I gathered.
I'm a child of God. I've never been arrested. My mama loves me.
Bruh, we're all childs of God, man. Everything on this earth is a child or daughter, or a son, daughter, whatever, children of God.
I just want to let her know where I'm at.
Hell, Jesus was the son, and hell, he was humiliated publicly, crucified, and everything again. I mean, that was his own son, like the son. So, I mean, this guy obviously isn't happy.
He's 68 years old, man. Yes, I smoke marijuana. I don't care. Marijuana grows out of the ground. Y'all can jurisdiction over cocaine and heroin and all the rest of that. But I don't do none of that. I'm a child of God. I was in movies when I was a little kid. Robert Duvall played my father in a movie called Rambling Rose. I was in Fried Green Tomatoes. My daddy was hanging in my basement 5 years ago. He was hanging from my basement. I cut him down with a butcher knife. Y'all just give me a
We're gonna have to switch the cups.
Damn,
the
what
floor.
the hell? He was in
Stand up
fried.
straight.
This dude, and he was not in no fried green tomatoes.
I don't even have the strength, guys. I'm not drunk. I got beat up by 4 people. Look at my eye.
He's got, an eye injury and a head injury, so he needs to go get you.
All right, Evan, come on.
I'm a child of God.
Yeah, that head's,
I will be the next Billy Graham.
and that's super swole. God, that's gotta hurt. I've had one of them on my head before running into something. Like, didn't mean to, but I was just moving too damn fast. Man, I had a big fucking, that thing hurt.
If God gives me the opportunity, I promise I will. I will change this world.
Change it, buddy. Change it, man. Go on, testify.
That's my hero. He saved my life. I wanted to kill myself this time last year.
All right, Evan, go ahead and have a seat. He's gonna bring you to the hospital, all right?
Thank you, guys.
They're gonna check your eye out.
Thank
Have a
y'all
seat.
so much.
Go ahead, have a seat, boss. Watch your head. So, looks pretty bad. Just gonna send him out to the hospital, get his eye checked out, get his head checked out, make sure he's okay to be in our facility. So, he should be back soon.
They can't touch me. I'm a child of God. A child of the Most High God. Unloosen my handcuffs before I kill somebody. Go ahead and stand
Oh, well, that's not a good thing to say while locked up.
up for me, Harper.
I don't think a child of God would say, dude, Jesus was getting crucified and everything for something he wasn't even lying about and stuff because of Pontus. And he didn't even say no dumb shit like that, I don't think.
Thank you, sir. Stop right there.
Matter of fact, I know he didn't. Huh.
My knee is about broken, I think. You think?
You think? Bruh, if you had a broken bone, trust me, you gonna know it.
Put your flip-flop on. Unloosen it, sir. Listen. No, you listen. Unloosen me. Come on. I ain't worried about y'all. I'm gonna have y'all's jobs. Ow! You're gonna have to start cooperating, man. This is gonna be a long night. You understand? I'm gonna kick somebody in the teeth, damn it. Come on. Walk. Walk. My wrists are bleeding, sir. I've been very calm for a long time, and y'all still had these cuffs on me. Well, you are being disrespectful. Y'all are disrespecting me. You need to stop now.
Don't go nowhere, man. Just chill out, man. Relax.
It would be a lot easier if you quit doing that, you know? A whole lot easier. When you calm down and you can talk, we can deal with it, okay? Until then, you're gonna be sitting right here. If I had the chance, I would kill you.
Okay, now you making threats. You want to be here longer? Yeah.
He's just gonna
He's you know.
Hang on, look, have a seat, man. Have a seat. Do you realize by acting this way, you're gonna be here longer? That's fine. I just want to talk. But you're not, you can't call your mother right now. Yes, I can. You can't do it. You can't tell me what I can and can't do, sir. This is the United States of America.
Yes, he can.
You're protecting me. I paid your salary. Listen to me.
No,
If
you
continue to act this way, we're gonna have to replace you in a restraint chair. Quit banging your head, okay?
If you act right, you'll be able to call her. So if you're worried about her, you'll sit in here, be quiet, and go call her. Stokes, I'll write it down for you. Okay, good.
I'm not trying to get you fired. I just want to.
It won't happen. So sit in here, show you care about her, and you'll be able to call her.
I am a business owner in this community, sir.
Sit in here for a while and be quiet.
like that means anything. Injury to personal property. Well, that's not that bad. Oh, God.
Y'all don't want to come in here. Might as well leave me here, all right? Because I'm going to kill somebody.
We are responsible guys here to make sure he's going to be okay and safe. We don't want him to cause any more damage than he actually has from the fight that he was in.
Oh God.
Evan, come on back out here. Back out. There you go. All right. Have a seat.
All of you. Y'all
Sit up.
What the hell?
Sit up.
Lean forward. Lean your body forward. Right there. You don't have to squeeze you so hard. Put your hand in there for me. There. I can't even see. Put your hand right there. I ain't gonna hurt myself. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are the ones trying to hurt me. I'm a child of God. Nobody can touch me but the damn Lord himself. The devil can't even touch me. Get behind me, devil. You can't mess with me. The straps don't hurt me, devil. Ow, that's too tight. Get behind me, devil.
He just said they don't hurt. Then he goes, it's too tight.
Can't mess with me. Get behind me, devil.
Hell no.
We'll check on him 4 times an hour to make sure he's okay.
They can't touch me. I'm a child of the Most High God.
He's a child of the Most High God, y'all. A child of the Most High God. Granny, you a child of God. Yeah, I'm a child. I'm a child of God, Granny. Granny, you a child of God? Yeah, yeah. Of course. What kind of question is that?
Beat my ass. No. Beat my ass. Police brutality. Jamie. What? Hey, police brutality. Police brutality. Come on. Let me have the guns. Let me have the guns. Hey.
I would upload some videos of Brownie, and I think what I'll end up just doing, well, I'll just keep that to myself. I don't want to give no possible ideas, but I just will not upload them because I'm not gonna give any more crap to where they could take of my dog, and I mean, I don't like it done to anybody or anyone's relatives or anything, but like, people don't get Brownie's basically like my kid. You know, he's my little baby, and he's a big boy and he's a good boy, but he'll always be like a pup to me. And so I just hate that shit. I just don't like it. I'm having to go outside, which, I mean, I don't mind. I go outside all the time, but sometimes I may be in the middle of cooking something or whatever, and he just wants to go out to pee pee. He don't have to poop that, but maybe once, twice a day. And I go, but hell, and we have a bunch of dogs out here, bunch of them. We've got cats everywhere running loose and everything else. He's not irresponsible. Like, he doesn't ever try to venture out or run away or nothing. And then for people to man, I shouldn't even got into that. But basically, yeah, people's wondering why I've never uploaded any videos of Brownie here lately, because I've taken some to show his progress and stuff. It's just, I just don't want to give it out.
Shoulders listen, okay? Relax.
Don't know now. You were talking to me, and then what happened? What happened? What'd you take tonight, brother? Xanax. We were told to Xanax. I ain't do worry him. So stop. Kill me. Stop. Do worry him. Leave me here. Okay. Get the nurse to come and check you out. Okay. I need to get
All right. The biggest problem we have here in Travis County with the younger generation is they like to take prescription drugs now. That's the drug of choice. So they take these Xanax, drink a lot, go out partying, and we find them in that condition right there, unable to take care of themselves.
I'm sober, y'all.
So what we try to do is, if they're not being combative, and this is not combative, we'll release him from his restraints and be done with that. Hey, bro.
With me? We're gonna sit you down right over here, man. Come on.
You know where you're at?
Turn around right here. Have a seat right here, man. We're taking you out of the chair, okay? You're not gonna have to be tied up anymore, all right?
Oh, man.
All right, stay sitting right there. We're gonna have the nurse check you out, okay? A few hours ago, he was the life of the party. Now look at him.
Excuse me.
I understand what you said, sir.
You spit is gonna be a problem, okay?
Sir, I heard you once.
Okay.
I heard you once.
And hey,
Exactly. Face forward, listen and follow directions. We didn't arrest you.
You guys beat me up. You guys put me on the ground. Sir.
This is the Clark County Detention Center. We don't work on the street. We haven't seen you till right now. How
exactly.
you act right now is how we're going to treat you.
Okay, well, I'm just
So you
telling
stand still, you do what they tell you to do. They'll take these handcuffs off. They'll put the belly chains on. Then you'll see what the charges are. Then you get yourself out of jail.
Take these cuffs off. Put your hands on top of your head, all right?
For the record, sir, my father was the first king of Hawaii, okay?
First
And
king.
my uncle was the last king.
Bruh, there's never been a king of Hawaii. What the fuck?
And I'm royal. I want the news here as well.
Hey, listen up. You need for you to follow instructions. No problem. It's a whole different ball game, okay?
No worries.
I'm tickling you, little
I follow you.
You follow instructions,
I
you have
follow
no
instructions
problem.
as close as you want.
You follow instructions, you have no problem.
I won't have no problem.
Go have a seat by that guy in the polo shirt. Right here.
Okay, so how long will I be here?
Want your belly
I told
rubbed.
you I'll let you know as soon as I
Eddie,
find out.
want
Why
your
are you
belly
keeping me on me?
rubbed.
Because I just need to know.
Eddie,
Just need to walk.
Eddie. Hey.
I don't listen very well. You didn't touch you very well, so I am an adult.
He gets in a fight with one of the other passengers. He pushes the flight attendant out of the way, and he hopes and prays that the plane crashes, and he's going to see to it. We take him out, and he kicks out the window of the patrol car.
Hey, stop.
What do you go after?
Beat me up. I don't care. Beat me up. I don't care.
Get the restraint chair. Hold him on the ground and get the restraint chair.
I don't care. I don't care.
You try to do this?
Yeah.
You try to run out?
Yeah. Basically, as soon as they told him that he was already in jail, he got up and tried to just run down the hall here. Watch, he likes to kick the window out of the patrol car already.
God will protect me. I'm not worried.
Kick the window out of a patrol car. I would think that's not an easy feat, but then again, if he laid back and still, man, damn.
Have a seat. You're in jail. You can't just get up and run down a hall. You have to go where it's like to go and stay seated. You are in jail.
Oh, so that's what he did. He tried to get up and like run, and they're like, "Hey,
Brutality me. No right to brutality me. We are in the United States. Okay.
Exactly. You had said that there was a king of Hawaii. Oh man, this stuff is it's crazy.
He wasn't spitting. If you take that mask off, we're gonna keep this off your head, but you don't spit. Understand? I know you didn't. You start yelling, and spit starts coming out of your mouth.
Sir,
First, I explained this to you already.
Sir.
I already explained that you're in jail. I already explained that I was going to find out what your charges were and how you can get out of jail and all that stuff.
This
You
is
don't have
my
to worry about it.
brutality.
No, it's not.
This is cause.
No,
Sir,
actually.
You're
Okay.
telling me that when you guys came to me, you don't know who I am. My name is Kaiwi Kuamo Okiku Okalani. My father was the first king of Hawaii.
He almost
my
messed
uncle
it
was the
up.
last king. Kamehameha died in 1891.
And they would all be proud of your behavior right now.
No, they wouldn't be.
The behavior that got you thrown off the plane, the
You did to
behavior
us
brought
in
you.
America, you stole from us. That's what you did, okay? So don't even quote me.
Okay, well, I'm done talking to you. You can sit here strapped in this chair.
I'm fine. I can stay for hours.
And well, you're going to sit there until you're not
I have
screaming
no
and
problem
yelling.
Because when I go to the Supreme Court,
Have
you
fun.
will get in trouble.
Good.
Yeah, when you go to he goes to the Supreme Court, you'll get in trouble.
When he goes to the Supreme Court, then I'm going to be in trouble. He can push a flight attendant, but that's irrelevant. He can kick a window out of a patrol car. That's irrelevant. He can run across the floor. That's fine too. But somebody has to hold him down.
Oh, that's
Thinks
irrelevant.
bad.
Oh, he'll find out later.
Good. I've been in the chair for close to an hour. It's calm now. It's time is good. Right, he's up there. Okay, go stand up. Come this way. Just come over here first. Have a seat in this red chair.
Grab the bottom of your shirt, pull it up to your neck.
Looks like he's finally decided to calm down.
Okay, lean forward.
Oh, get up.
Sir, you don't have to be so rough. Oh my God.
Nobody told you to stand up.
I know, but I did not know.
Nobody's being rough.
He doesn't like me. He's never liked me from the first beginning. His pupils are dilated so high.
Pull your pants legs up to your knees.
You're gonna talk about pupils being dilated.
Okay. Sir, I have.
Hold on.
Sir,
Listen
please.
very carefully.
Out.
I don't know if he knows this, but light is supposed to. I don't know. Forgot
You
about
do
that.
what we tell you to do.
I'm here, but my leg hurts.
This is your last chance, and you're back in that chair. Remember I told you about 3 strikes? Sit up. Do what they tell you to do. Pull your pant leg up to your knee.
I am good. You know what? I am going to go to the damn Supreme Court for this.
Okay. Now lift
I
up both
can't
legs.
believe you did this
Lift
to
up
me.
both legs.
Listen.
Lift up both legs so I can see the bottom of your feet.
Don't stand up. Lift up your feet.
Let me understand. Sir, I don't know why you. This is nudity. This is. I don't believe you guys doing this
It's
to
a
me.
search for your safety and the safety of other inmates. You follow
No,
directions.
you guys are embarrassing me because.
No, we're not. We're having you do the same thing that every single inmate that comes in here has to
Lift
do.
up your feet so I can see the bottom of your feet.
We're checking for contraband.
Lift them up so I can see the bottom.
There you go.
Now you
I
can
mean,
stand
I'm
up.
trying.
Stand up. There you go, Sergeant Wayne. It's all yours.
Go ahead and walk right down this way. We're gonna go right down this hallway, right off to your left. Go ahead. Take your shoes off. Okay, go ahead and step inside. All right, go ahead and have a seat right there. Okay, there are rules that need to be followed at the airport and in jail. By not following those rules, that's how you ended up in jail. Okay, now you need to follow the rules here so you can hurry up and get out of jail. See how it works?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Huh.
Somebody's shoes leave out there?
Yep, we'll leave your shoes out here. No one's gonna steal them. It's a jail. Everybody's honest in the jail.
Just gonna sit here and follow the rules and do what he's told. If you've been doing that from the very beginning, you wouldn't have been in a restraint chair and you wouldn't have been down here in the cell right now. You'd be sitting out there.
I'll probably be flying to Texas right now.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be on the plane. We're about to end, y'all. I'm gonna try to look at a few other things real
After
quick.
arrest and before trial comes jail. All suspects are innocent
Until proven guilty in a court of law.
Another night in the streets, another night in this here. I've been kicking and tripping, the cops threw me in jail. My fingers in ink, they got my head on the black. Dear Lord, please get me out this jail.
Just give me out. Just give me out.
The hell of a song they picked for that.
Every time when I come into jail, it's always a different frame of mind. You have to switch from being like you are at home into being an officer and being into the way that you need to act while you're in jail. You have to deal with criminal mind. When I come in here and I kind of look around and I see what's going on, I get into that frame of mind and get into ready to be able to operate as an officer and to do whatever I need to do with the people that I'm going to deal with on a day-to-day basis. It's like she's being disruptive, walking down the hallway, just screaming obscenities
Put your knees on the bench.
so that she can't be disruptive anymore to anybody else in the facility. We're gonna put her in the cell, but they're removing her jewelry, and she doesn't want them to remove her ring.
You don't have the option. Stay there until you hear the door shut, ma'am. I'm allowed to. There's a phone right next to you. Okay, what are you gonna do? Slam my head against the wall. Do it! Not fair!
Hopefully she'll sober up and settle down.
Damn, domestic violence.
All right. You're going to end up upstairs naked. You're not going to have access to any telephone. You're going to be by yourself.
He said you're gonna be upstairs naked, and let me tell you, it'd be cold as a motherfucker in them places.
They do work.
Got arrested for domestic violence.
What did I do? Nothing!
You got in a fight. Listen. Shh. You got in a fight with your aunt.
Holy shit. I was expecting a boyfriend or something.
You leave her down there? A few more minutes. If she doesn't calm down, we'll take her upstairs. So what did you used to cook in your spoon? Coke?
That's not yours.
It's my wife. My wife put it in my purse.
Why?
That's my wife.
Listening.
Yeah, she's married. Yeah.
Legally or
We
just?
got married in Hawaii.
Did it? What island?
Main Island.
Oahu?
Whatever. I don't know my wife. No, I don't know island.
She Hawaiian?
No, my wife's Cuban.
Wrong island.
Wrong island.
Third row last year.
We just brought her in for soliciting prostitution. One of our guys got her undercover, and that was all that.
Did you see the little spoon in there? She was cooking.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She claims she's been off for a week now. She's very proud of herself.
Oh wow, she's been sober for a week. Huh?
Yes. So she's all clean according to her.
Does your wife know what you're here for?
No.
And why are you here?
Prostitution.
For prostitution. How come your wife doesn't know why you're here?
Because she's in the federal penitentiary.
And how come she's in the federal penitentiary?
Transporting.
Transporting drugs?
From Florida to here.
Oh, because she's Cuban. So she's transporting dope for. So she's in federal penitentiary, and you're here, and you said that you're supporting your 3-year-old child that you had with her brother.
With her brother. It was a
So you got together long enough to get pregnant.
2 minutes of sex. What we do? I didn't know what the straight women saw in sex with men. So
I don't know. How long have you been married?
13 years.
Really? That's a long time.
She's a bitch. She cut my throat.
Holy, you're kidding me.
She did that. She did this.
Wait, show me that scar again. Where her?
Why can't my hands in the way?
How many stitches or staples?
48.
48 stitches?
Yeah.
That's not as that's see, I've got a scar like that around my neck too. Although you can't really see the stitching like that. The stitching wasn't that. It was on the opposite side.
Why did she cut
Of course, my neck, like my neck skin, it's weird because right around my neck down to my chest is like purple. Not purple. It's hard to explain. I got like, I think it's a birthmark. I think that's why my skin is discolored around my upper chest, up a little bit on my neck, because right about the top of my neck where it connects to my chin and my cheeks and everything, it's, my face and everything is a normal color, and the back of my neck is normal color, but the front and just down a little bit to the top part of my chest, when I was born, because of the way I had to be born, they had to induce and everything and get me out. Then that's what caused apparently the birthmark.
Chelsea. She cut my gallbladder in half.
She sliced through your abdomen as well, and you're still.
Damn.
No, she's in the penitentiary. No, I'm not with her.
Well, I know, but those are
See, I'm
obviously more than
Sicilian,
6 months old.
The way I was brought up, you're supposed to stick with the person no matter what. And she's Cuban.
That's amazing. We'll talk more. She's got a very interesting life.
Oh no! Don't tell me.
She was given the
Keep going.
opportunity to calm down, and she continually bangs on the door, and she was banging on the phone again. So now she's going to be placed into this restraint chair.
Come on over here, ma'am. Come on over here, ma'am. Come on. You're gonna have a seat in this chair. Have a seat.
We're not. Why does it give you a phone that does not work?
It works for me.
Why does it work?
Because if you bang it off the wall, it tends not to work very well.
I did nothing wrong and that makes somebody mad.
Having
Not
a-
fair. Call my aunt. Please call my aunt.
So Richard's still gonna talk to her, see if she's gonna cooperate, come out.
Please let me call my
What's she
aunt.
pissed off about? She's in here for better domestic violence, but she says she didn't do anything wrong.
Please.
Are you gonna calm down so we can take you out of that chair, or are we gonna have to leave you there?
Give me a drink and say that.
So they're gonna leave her in the chair now because she got disruptive again once they talked
Right
to her
now,
about the
she's still
clothes.
not cooperative, so we only have 2 female officers up here right now, so we're gonna wait. Let her calm down a little bit. Wait till we have at least 1 more female so we can control her better if she does resist us when she comes out of the chair.
Sounds good.
Hopefully, sitting there for a while in the chair, she'll calm down and be more cooperative later.
So how much do you make a night?
It depends. Some weekends I can make a couple thousand. Some weekends I can make a couple hundred. It depends.
Here's a copy of your charges.
That's a big difference, though.
It's only
But I guess that's how that type
What
of
is it?
thing
What they put
goes.
on there?
prostitution. So it's the
I wouldn't know
prostitution
anything about it.
Excellent. And you're gonna get out for free. So look
Oh
at you.
wow, I got that. It's like
Just sounds pretty varied.
She's been in here probably at least 50 times for the same thing.
Imagine the more you make, more you
She's gonna
gotta
let her out on her OR.
gotta pop
and
that
she's gonna
little
get out
kitty.
jail tonight,
I
and
don't know
she's
why
gonna go
you'd be
right
doing
back to doing
that.
what she was doing before. She just said it's because she makes more
Well,
money
obviously that's how she makes money, but like,
when she
man,
first gets out of jail. So she'll continue to come in and out of this jail for probably another 50 times or more.
damn. Austin, Texas. Shout out Texas.
Intake is a pivotal position in terms of security because we cannot be lax in this position. Anything can hurt. We have had escapes. We have had assaults, both on staff and on inmate. You just never know what's going to come down in here.
She's refusing to come out of the car. This was the cup. Okay, I'm gonna say something to you, and I want you to hear very, very, very calm. Okay, very calm. You need to calm down. You really do. You really do. You hold her down. You handcuff. If she's gonna kick, I'm gonna spray. If you kick, you're going to get some mace in your eyes. Get her straight, head straight down. Just down, down. Get her down, get her down, get her down, get her down, get her down.
Damn.
Roll her down. Roll her down.
Stop resisting, man.
Slow down. Slow. We got it down. Slow it down. Everybody good? Okay.
oh my God.
Okay, you all pick her up. Side by side. Just pick her up. We got it. We're gonna take her in. Just get her in. Let's just move her in. Move her in. Move her in. Do you have any, anything on your head?
Hey.
And she attempted to say she was going to kick. That's why we're gonna do it this way.
I haven't done. And Austin are gonna pay for this. You understand that?
Yeah, good boy. Here's your treat. There's your treat. About time to go to lunch, bub.
Damn.
We had a
I'll
call.
break my eardrum.
That AP was bringing in a combative female, and apparently she was celebrating her birthday, and she was picked up when we got out there. She slipped through the cuffs. She was still very disruptive with APD. I tried to calm her down. She refused to calm down. She's still being disruptive. Just monitor her.
Highly defined.
Okay.
Okay. All right then.
Damn, yeah, you can tell this is old. That's an old ass Dell computer. Shit. That's like circa. Damn, that's like, I don't know. Oh, maybe they just still using that monitor because that other one's thin over there.
Gonna move you to open seating. Really out there. But we have any other displays? Listen, we have any other displays, and you're gonna force me to bring you back into something like this, okay? So just bide your time, listen for your name. We'll call you. We'll drive on, move you along, okay?
Can I have the dates of the people who are the rest of the?
You can have all that. You can have that in due time.
GORDOA. Oh, we're good.
Get your shoes on. What'd she say?
She also needs clothing. She can't go out there like that.
Yeah.
Because I'll show my vagina.
Settle down with that, all right? Settle down with that. Go out there, use the restroom, and I'll bring a uniform in a little while. Ma'am. Ma'am, you need to sit down.
Okay.
All right.
You don't have to scream.
Well, you need to sit down when you're told to sit down. This is jail, not the house. You'll do as directed. Hernández. Rivera, Rivera. ¿A cuál mes nació? ¿Cuál mes?
Sit down. Where are we going, sir?
So Scott, what's going on with her now?
Well, she'd come out of open seating a couple times. I told her not to.
Yeah.
So shouldn't seem to want to listen. So put her back in 512.
Very good. Okay.
Keep her wandering around.
Good work, man.
Thank you.
All right. Why are you in here? No, because you're being defiant. It's one thing. It's one thing to be upset. Okay. It's another thing to be totally defiant and disregard directives. My partner that's going to replace me, he's the one that's going to let you out of here. All right. Just bide your time. Even have a sit. All right. I'll let him know you've been fine since you've been back here. Can't have you doing what you're doing out there. Just go help yourself to the nurse's station, whatever like that. Okay. I would rather have her sitting out here with everybody else, but she's just too out of control right now. The intoxication's in her system, which is not letting her be in control of herself. And we're gonna have to deal with her later on because right now she's just too out of control.
Damn. The effects of alcohol, man. Well, probably more than that. Maybe more than alcohol. You never know. You never know.
I've been working down here in booking for about 6 years now. I really enjoy it down here.
You really enjoy working and booking. I mean, 6 years. I couldn't take that environment to work in. I just couldn't.
There's always something going on, which helps you get through the night. Once you go upstairs, it's locked down most of the night, so it gets a little boring. Down here, I stay active. I stay awake all night. Right, put your hands down your side. Just straight down your side. Same with the other one. All right, ma'am. Have a seat in this row right here, all the way down at the very end. The nurse is going to call you up in just a minute. What's she in here for?
Possession of a stolen motor vehicle.
Did she admit to knowing the vehicle was stolen?
Yeah, she said she bought the car, $18,000 car. She pays $2,000 for it. And then 3 days ago, a friend comes up to her and tells her, hey, that car's stolen. But she never reported that to us that she had bought a stolen car. So then she ran from us tonight.
How you doing, Melissa?
That story seems full of misconceptions. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible she could have paid, but I mean, if something's too good to be true, it normally is.
You said you paid $2,000 for the car? Yeah. What kind of car was it? The Acura. You didn't think that was kind of funny?
An Acura. An Acura? I could see you paying 2,000 maybe for like back when I was in high school. I think knew somebody that had an Acura Integra, and they got it for like 3-4 grand or whatever. Had a bunch of I mean, but it had a lot of miles on it. Wasn't definitely brand new. Ain't no way you're gonna pay $2,000 for something that's currently valued at 18,000. No, not unless somebody is just being generous.
Well, she just
Which again is highly unlikely. And if it's too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. In this case, if she's telling the truth, then she got conned by thinking they gave her such a, you know. But when she got told it was stolen, yeah, right then and there, if she had probably called and cooperated, she wouldn't have got charged with was it Grand Theft Auto? Yeah. So plus she fled, so you got to add that charge. I mean.
Got some drug charges. She's planning on skipping town on her bail. I need to sell this car. I need to get out of town. I need the money.
So you thought she was just trying to get quick money and that's all it was? Yep. You've been in here before for methamphetamine charges. Are you still doing the methamphetamines?
I picked it back up again, yeah.
How long have you been doing it?
She's being honest. I mean, that's unusual.
Total?
Yeah.
Probably 5 or 6 years.
Good God, that's a lot of time to be on something like that. I could not imagine.
Did you stop for a while though, you said?
Yeah, I've stopped periodically here and there. 6 months here, 6 months there.
Why do you start up again?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew.
After you get fingerprinted, then you'll be able to get on the phone.
I don't think so.
What is she coming for tonight?
No, we have everything done.
How you doing tonight?
I was doing just beautiful till I went home and found my suitcase stolen, all my clothes.
Okay.
So if you went home and found something stolen, how did you end up in here?
I had a warrant, she said.
Oh.
She says I got a warrant.
Don't tell me she called the police over that thing stolen, and that's how. Man, you should have known better.
Did she tell you what the warrant was for?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay, when you release your hands, they go on your head. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right.
No, I don't.
You don't?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
All right.
Not the place to be sarcastic.
What? You have my ID?
Yes, we have your ID.
Right over here, ma'am. Go ahead and take first seat. First seat at the end of this row.
She called saying that her roommate had kicked her out of the apartment. And she doesn't actually live there. She's homeless. He just lets her stay there every now and then. Suitcase was left out yesterday outside. Nobody seen it taken. Nobody knows who took it. Nothing like that. She just left it outside and
Well, that's why you don't leave a suitcase just outside where anybody can take it.
it disappeared. Go figure.
But I mean, I do, in a way, I do kind of feel bad because she's homeless. Like the homelessness problem in this country is fucking bizarre. We have the Chinese dude president that was coming in. I just seen on the news the other day, they were working, they had all these people out around California cleaning up streets and getting the needles off the ground, using needles and all that shit. All because the fucking Chinese president. And you know the ironic thing is, a lot of that fentanyl and shit, that shit comes from China. That car fentanyl and all that bullshit. But yeah, we won't clean up our streets or nothing until we got somebody coming over here visiting.
What are her warrants for that she's here tonight?
Trespassing, defrauding an innkeeper, and another trespassing.
Damn.
Thank you.
Trespassing, defrauding an innkeeper, trespassing.
How many times have you been in here now, Helen?
I don't know. You counting?
No, I'm just curious. You don't remember me from when you were up in 3EF?
Yeah, maybe a few times.
Okay.
What are you talking about? I should own the place?
No, I was just asking.
I don't know. It's none of your business how many times I've been in here. You want to know the truth?
Well, it
No,
kind of is.
Joker, who
I
I'm
mean,
living with, my
she's got.
suitcase is gone.
Was it your roommate that
It's a rhetorical question. She probably knows exactly how many times you've been there.
took it, or was it somebody else? Do you think it was your roommate or somebody else?
Trying to get her to think about it, maybe, or maybe she's just being smart.
Then his friend said that I stole some money from him, and I didn't because I stayed there last night. No, they stole my clothes.
And the officer brought you in when you tried to file a report about your stolen stuff?
I called the police. I want my clothes.
Oh
All
my
right, I'll see what I can
God.
do for that, and I'll see what your warrants are for you, okay? I'll be back and talk to you in a few minutes. The good thing is they discharged you with the 1 count of possession of stolen vehicle. You don't have any warrants or anything like that that you're here for. Do you know what the bail is for that?
No, I don't.
Okay, your bail is going to be $3,000. Are you going to be able to have somebody bail you out, or are you going to have to wait till you see the judge?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it'll still take.
$300, pretty. If it's,
That's both.
I mean, I would assume it's 10%, so that's $300. That ain't too bad for a GTA charge.
At least 12 hours to get you released. They can start working on it a lot faster, which helps out.
Probably because it's her
It never really hits
first,
them until they start
maybe,
going
I'd
through this,
imagine,
where they're at,
or
why
only.
they're here.
I don't know.
Helen. Okay, come straight down here. We're going to get you a place to lay down for a little bit, okay?
You just have 1 count of defrauding the innkeeper and 1 count of trespass. Okay, keep coming down this way.
My brother, if I get home again.
Okay. And you said what? After you get this cleared, we're gonna be in about an hour. You were saying though, after you get done with this and get it cleared up, that you're gonna be getting Social Security, so you
Yeah.
won't be coming back to see us anymore,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, that's great.
Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
All right. Have a good night.
And the doors open up and they leave me outside and they hand me my clothes and the key to my ride. Now the night hits my face and it brings me to life. Oh Lord.
And
now
that's
I might
the
let
end
you
of
up
it.
tonight.
Just let me
Another
in.
night.
Yep. Well, anyways. Hey, Mama Bird. Hey, Ball Bird. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm having an all right day. This morning was bullshit, but I'm over it now. Got my number changed and all that good stuff. Anyways, I'm getting off here. Got to go eat lunch and go to work this afternoon. So, yep. Everybody have a good day. If anyone goes live, I'll try to come by in the chat. If you go live before I end up leaving the house, I may come join you, whatever. But I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down. Remember, y'all, don't do anything that, well, what am I trying to say? Think about things. Try to think longer about them. That's what I'm trying to do. Trying to think longer about stuff and reflect more. It's good to do that. I don't know what the deal is with everybody trying to, well, not everybody, but some of these people trying to get me to denounce books and like using that as a means to, whatever. I mean, like denounce him what? I don't follow him in a religion or nothing, so I don't know what you're talking about. But, yep. Anyways, shout out to Gene, Bird, Mom Bird, Sly, Miss Dana, Hillbilly, Spokesman, Shane Reacts, the actual real Shane, not the little fake Shane I thought that was in here. This is fucking dumb. And that's, you know, I ain't even gonna say that, no. But you know, I mean, Captain Kirk, for real, like, you're gonna keep doing this stuff, like, whatever, man. Whatever. Oh, everybody have a good rest of the day. Tell spokesman I said hi, Hillbilly, if you see this later on. I know you're gone already. Everybody, oh, nothing. Just watching people in jail act a fool. Seeing what the usual stuff is. It seems like that those places ain't changed too much. Gonna go eat lunch, and if you're live or someone else is live over there before I gotta go for the day, I'll try to come by and visit. All right, everyone. We're out. I'm gonna end this with here, let me do this. Remember, everybody.
I love this shit. I love this shit.
Oh shit, I didn't mean that. Remember, everybody, to have a good day. Sorry. And we out.
Shout out to all the ladies. Oh Lord. Shout out to all the ladies.